Yo, 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 what's up? What's going down? What's happening, good people? What's going on this nice, illustrious Friday night? Checking back in for another edition of the Waffle House, man. Appreciate everybody coming through. Y'all know the deal as you come through. Make sure you smash that like button for your dog. I definitely do appreciate that very much. Yeah, and a unseasonably cooler Friday. We've had some cooler temperatures here lately. I guess we get some of the backdraft of the storm. So it's been a lot cooler lately. And I know it's been a very hot, humid, dry summer. So I know a lot of us are glad to see some rain, some precipitation come in, and also some cooler temperatures. But y'all, people that's from the South, from Georgia, y'all know what the deal is, man. It ain't here yet. It's gonna get back warmer next week, man. So that is what it is, man. Again, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, man. Make sure you hit that like button. Also, make sure it's the Waffle House, man. So make sure you put your order in early. That way we can go ahead and string you out as far as your food go. And also make sure that you do uh, rep your area code. Put your area code in the chat. That way we can know where you're from, even where you want to be or you trying to get to. Y'all know how it is. Y'all know how we do it. So let us know where you checking in from. The Falcons will be playing on Monday night this week as we are playing the Philadelphia Eagles in Philly. That's typically notoriously a tough place for the Falcons to play in Philadelphia. So we really need to go up there and handle our business. We really need to go up there, go to Philly, and handle our business. We're currently 0-1. Unfortunately, lost to Pittsburgh Steelers in Atlanta. So we need to bounce back. This needs to be a bounce back game for Atlanta. So let's see who's checking in so far. We got our dog Daniel Beard Sports Highlights in the building. What's going on, Daniel? How you feeling tonight, my friend? Hope everything is going good. We also got our dog Marlon Cozy in the building. So yo, ABG and chat fam, what it do, man? What's going on, Marlon? Appreciate you checking in, man. Appreciate you coming through. Hope all is well for you, my friend. It says 510 Tracy, California in the building. Shout out to Cali, man. How far are you from Los Angeles, Martin? How far are you from LA? LA is definitely one of my favorite cities to visit, man. I haven't been there in a few years, but I love Los Angeles, man. So how far are you from LA? Um, Also, what we got on tap today? We're gonna preview the Eagles Falcons game. We're gonna talk about that. We've kind of moved away from the Pittsburgh game, but if y'all still want to have some discussions on that, we can discuss that as well. And you know how it is on the Waffle House. Whatever else come up, we can talk about that as well. So y'all just let me know. Marlon says 5 hours, so you're good ways from like 678 in the building. Stockbridge, Georgia. Shout out to Stockbridge, man. Henry County in this thing, man. Stockbridge is one of my favorite cigar shops, J&J, and I like there's a package store up there. It's the Stockbridge I love to go to as well. So shout out to Henry County. My brother Rustin Moore Jr. is in the building. You watching the UFC, bro? Huge fight tomorrow night. No, I'm not a UFC guy. I'm more of a traditional boxing guy. I never really got into UFC that much. But I when fights come up, like I don't really know any of the fighters and their stories or anything. But when the fights come on, I will turn it on and watch it. Um, I got like this plan with someone I grew up with. I paid them a certain amount of money, get the pay per view and all that stuff. It's pretty common now. Also, Rusty, appreciate you coming in. I'm glad you're here. Rusty suggested that we react to a YouTube video that we're gonna react to tonight, also from Mr. Michael Lombardi. He had some very interesting things to say about the Falcons. When you tagged me in that, Rusty, I had not seen it yet, and I told y'all check it out. And once I looked at it, I see why you said check it out. It would make some good content to react to. So we're gonna react to that. I agree with you, Russell. It was some very interesting things in there he said, and that's definitely some good stuff to react to. So we're gonna actually react to that pretty soon. As the show gets going. Charter Red on the track says, "What's up, Toddy? 404 Southwest ATL in this thing. Shout out to 404 Strong in the building." Marlon says he's 5 hours from LA. So I assume you up in North California, I'm guessing. I got my Bronx brother Robinson in the building. What's going on, bro? This is my brother Todd at 718 in the building. Shout out to the whole 718 in this thing, man. Appreciate you checking in up there from New York, man. Hope you're doing good, brother. Hope everything's going great for you. Still sending prayers your way as well. So my brother Todd at 718 in the building. Blessings with Patrick Mahomes coming next week. Yes, it's a must win. Okay, so Roger said it's a must win. He's saying it is a must win situation. Furthermore, Uncle Terry's seat getting warmer by the minute. Yeah, Terry really needs to win a season this year, man. You as a new GM, man, you can't start off with 4 consecutive losing seasons, man. That's not good. That's not good. Miss Diva in the building. What's going on, Diva? Appreciate you coming through. Shout out to you. She says she revving that 478 in this thing. Shout out to the 478 strong in this thing. The 678 as well. Hey, ABG. Hey, Toddy, call it Paul. Shout out to Call it Paul outside of that thing. We got our dog Millie Mills in the building. What's going on, Millie? How you doing, man? Appreciate you coming through, bro. Hope all is well tonight. We got our dog John Harris from the Eye Test is in the building. Y'all make sure if you're not subscribed to the Eye Test, check out my dog John and also his tag team partner Winston with the Eye Test here on YouTube and also Facebook as well. So make sure to show them some love, subscribe to the channel. They traditionally will come on every Wednesday at 10 p.m. So check them out this coming week. John says, give me a Falcons frustration special has Brown scattered, smothered, cover, capped top with a side of scrapple and spam. John, you hungry tonight with a Phillips screwdriver and a waffle on a dirty waffle. I got you, dog. Order up, John. Order up. We got you, bro. We got you. We got a dog 47 Red Swarm in the building, repping that 478 and hot. Shout out to the 478 tonight. What's going on, Swarm? Since rise up, man. Hope all is going well with your Swarm. Appreciate you coming through tonight. Miller Mill says F Lombardi. Hey, we got to react to that, man. We got to talk about that. Man, we got to talk about that, bro. I had the opportunity to see that, man. It was very interesting, man. Very, very, very interesting, man. Very interesting. Red Swamps is tired of keeping the bean. I knew there was definitely a chance that we could start the season at 1-3. It's possible, bro. It's very well possible. That Swan, that's why that Steelers game was kind of a critical game that we needed to win and take advantage of, man. We needed to win that game because we got these next 2 games that they're gonna be some tough ones. You got Philadelphia and Philly. That's traditionally always tough for Atlanta to go in there and get a win. And then you got my homeboy coming to town the very next week, man. So it's gonna be some tough sledding these next 2 weeks, man. That's why that Pittsburgh game was so critical. And speaking of Mahomes, and speaking of Philadelphia, let's go ahead and get to it. It seems pretty pretentious for me to say, or for me to allude to, or even ask this question, but are we already in a sort of must-win situation or must-win scenario in just week 2? Like, I know it sounds kind of silly to even cross this avenue or jump this bridge, for lack of better words. But, we lose to Pittsburgh to start the season. Last I checked, Philadelphia was a 6.5 point favorite to win the game, or you could say we're a 6.5 point favorite underdog in the Philly game, however you want to look at that. And it's in Philly. And then you got the Chiefs, the defending back-to-back champions, coming to Atlanta for prime time the following week, a Sunday night game. The reason I bring that up is because I hope it doesn't happen. I pray it doesn't happen. But if we happen to lose to Philly, we start 0-2. The season is still far from over. It's still far from over. I mean, you still got 15 games left. You're not even a quarter into the season, technically. But man, you don't. Our team, our franchise, us as fans, our players, you don't want to be in a position where you are 0-2. Granted, the next game is at home, but you're playing Mahomes in prime time in Atlanta. Let's just cut the chase. For athletes, right? And I'm sure I'm about to preach to the choir. I'm sure I'm not going to tell y'all something that you already don't know. But for Atlanta, athletes, in all the three major sports, baseball, football, basketball, the athletes on opposing teams, they all seem to mark Atlanta on their calendar. Not that Atlanta has marquee pro teams or prestigious pro teams, but Atlanta's just one of them cities, man, that you just want to play good in. You want a ball when you come to Atlanta. That goes back to the day of Michael Jordan. I know Jordan always balled when he came to Atlanta. Emmitt Smith and the Cowboys, when they used to come to Atlanta, they would ball. Lawrence Taylor, when they came to Atlanta, they would ball out, man. Kobe and Shaq, and they come to Atlanta, they gonna ball. Atlanta just one of them cities. Like, look, man, this Atlanta, bro. We got to put on the show. This the A. This ATL. This is the A. We got to come here and ball. So I say that to say this, man. I feel like, and I'm not trying to look ahead, but I feel like Kansas City gonna come to ball. It's Atlanta. It's Atlanta. They gonna come to ball. It's just one of them cities, man. It's sort of like a New York or LA or Chicago in a sense. It's just one of them cities. It's just one of those cities, man, that them athletes come to and they just want to put on a show because they in Atlanta. So what I'm saying exactly is I'm not gonna wood it don't happen, but if we start off 0-2, right? Now you got Mahomes and the Chiefs and the Reed, Travis Kelce, and the list goes on and on and on. Now you gotta come and play them on prime time. Not only and don't get me wrong, Atlanta, that's our crib. That's a home game for us. But don't get me wrong. Not only is it the Chiefs, but it's prime time. They gonna get up to play prime time game. Unfortunately for us, y'all, the Falcons don't always get up to play prime time games, and I know that's the past, and the past don't always dictate the future. But I can only go off what I've saw thus far. To be more direct, right? There's some data that I looked up earlier. Well, not even today, but about 2 days ago. Because this has been on my mind. Since the Super Bowl era, I'm reading this off. Since the Super Bowl era began in 1966, only 6 teams have overcome a 0-3 start and made the playoffs. Only 6 teams since 1966. So if we are looking at history, chances are very slim if we start off 0-3 that we're gonna be to fight to claw our way back into the playoffs. And who do we play week 4? Is it New Orleans? I think we play New Orleans week 4. Somebody let me know. I think New Orleans is week 4, right? But only 6 teams since 1966, man. Like, chances are low. Very low. Red says Falcons beating the Eagles Monday night, no problem. I hope you're right, bro. I surely hope you're right. I surely hope you're right, bro. Diva says, agreed. I looked at the schedule and I only counted 10 wins. The others hit a miss. I agree. Red Swarm on the beginning of the season. Uh, what's going on here? Marlon says, I feel this is a must-win season or bust. We must win the important games starting with Monday Night Football. Yeah, I don't want to call it a must-win, but that's an important game for us, man. Like, again, you just don't want to. You don't want to be looking at Mahomes on the other side of the field and you 0-2. You don't want to be looking at Mahomes and Kelsey. You don't want Andy Reid to get that big playbook and you 0-2. Yeah. Not a good place to be. What's up, William? Red says losing to the Steelers Chiefs won't kill us. No, it won't kill us, Red, but man, that's a big setback. Losing to the Steelers and the Chiefs, I mean, that's already at best 1-2. But you're right, still a lot of football to be played. Miller Mill says, if anything, we need to fill a game because they're NFC foes. I don't care about AFC teams. That's true. Based on how the regular season is set up and how it decides playoffs and playoff standings and so forth, those NFC games are quote unquote more paramount than the AFC games. Response to the question title: what exactly do you mean though? Must win or what happens? I think that all four teams in our division will likely lose this week, leaving us only one game back in the South. What I mean is like, knock on wood, hypothetically speaking, we do happen to lose when we play Monday night. Let's say we happen to lose in Philly. Then that leaves, then we would be 0-2 playing the Chiefs and Mahomes. Not trying to be an 0-3 team because, like as I just read off, only 6 teams have made the playoffs after starting 0-3. So if we get in that 0-3 hole, man, the percentages and history are going to be stacked heavily against us. If we start off 0-3. So that's kind of like really what I mean. Like, we just don't want to put ourselves in that 0-3 bubble where we're trying to be the 17 and what about 55, 56 years to be able to get into the playoffs after starting 0-3. It's I don't want to say it's impossible, but again, based on history, based on the percentages, based on the probability, man, it's close to almost a insurmountable hole that we dig ourselves into, and it would be very difficult to dig ourselves out of it. So that's really what I mean. Like, I don't want to call it a must-win game on Monday, but boy, you just don't want to be looking at Pat Mahomes and you down 0-2, because I'm not saying the Chiefs are invisible and they can't be beat, and they're the best team ever assembled in the NFL. But man, they don't lose a lot of games. And normally the Chiefs win the games that they're supposed to win, and they're definitely going to be a heavy favorite. I don't know if the odds are already out for that game, but they're going to be a heavy favorite to beat the Falcons. Even if we come out here and beat Philadelphia on Monday night, the Chiefs still are going to be the favorite, and they should be. They're the defending Super Bowl champions back to back. You got arguably the best quarterback in NFL history, with one of the better tight ends in history, arguably one of the best coaches in history also. So, they deserve that. They definitely deserve that. Keelan says, I overestimated the capabilities of this coaching staff. I know what you mean when you say that. I'm just hoping, bro, like, I'm just hoping they had a bad game on last week, because I know me and you kind of talked about it on Facebook in terms of how bad the offensive coordinator looked, how bad Zach Robinson looks. So I'm hoping he'll have um, a huge bounce back game against the Eagles because he definitely needed. Definitely needed. I wasn't. I like nothing what I seen from Zach Robinson this past game. Reds coaching staff still figuring their team out somewhat. That's true. That's true. That's very, very, very true. Very true. Keeler says either Kirk is hurt or our coaches are trash. And you know me, I don't. I know that's been a big talking point, but personally, I don't really buy into the narrative that Kirk is hurt physically. I said it before, and the last time I was on live, yeah, he's probably mentally still injured, but physically, I don't buy into it. Now, if he comes out and says that he's injured or he's still laboring that Achilles, of course, that would change my perspective and my opinion. But I really haven't bought into that just yet. Reds are tight. As long as we win the NFC and the division games, we'll be okay, even with an 0-3 start. I hope so, bro. Like I said, I'm just looking at history, man. I'm a fan of data. I'm a fan of numbers, and I am a fan of history. The numbers are what they are. Only 6 teams in 1966. I think it's like that because, and I'm gonna take my Falcon shades off when I say this. I think it's only been 6 teams to do that because if you start off 0-3, there's a very great chance that you're not a good team in the NFL if you start 0-3. Because you're only playing. So they're going back to 1966. So I think they're playing 14 games, and we're playing 17. So out of 14 to 17 games, that's almost a quarter of the season. So if you start off 0-3 in a sport where you're only playing anywhere from 14 to 17 regular season games in football, that's a good indicator that you're not a real good team. And traditionally, real good teams don't make the postseason. In football, you're normally going to win if you were a good team, a great team, a very good team. Hell, even average. You're normally going to win at least one of those 3 games if you are a good football team. So if you start off in an 0-3 hole, chances are you're probably not a good football team. Swarms, the Bucks travel to Detroit. Aints travel to Dallas. We're in Philly and Carolina. It's Carolina. Yeah, that's true. They got their own set of problems in Carolina. It don't matter who they're playing. It's a tough weekend for the whole division. The division's still in reach. Yeah, it's still very much in reach. Still very much in reach. And again, I'm just saying, if we happen to lose Monday, it just would be hard. It would be a hard task to come back to Atlanta and get a win against the Chiefs. Again, I'm not saying that they're the perfect team and you can't beat them or anything like that. They have been beaten. But with Mahomes and Andy Reid and Kelsey, they haven't been beat a lot. They have not been beat a lot. Strapped up in the building, strapped up 24. What's going on? Swarm said, yeah, Aints in week 4, yeah. And I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole because we all know no matter how great we could be and no matter how bad New Orleans is, they're going to always play us tough. One thing about their rivalry, New Orleans and Atlanta, New Orleans, they're going to always play tough. They're going to always play us tough. So, we just don't want to be in that predicament. Even the New Orleans game, being 0-3 and then giving New Orleans an opportunity to say, well, let's go ahead and end these guys' season at 0-4. I hadn't even looked at the percentages for 0-4 because if you start 0-4 in the NFL, like you probably need to start looking at who you're going to draft the following season. For instance, I believe Kirk is hurt. A lot of people believe that. I've heard a lot of people say that. A lot of people do believe that. I've seen some video that was posted on Twitter where it showed him planning on his back feet. pre-injury and not using that same plant foot Sunday um, on our first game. So a lot of people do believe that. I know he spoke at his press conference when they asked him about the pistol formation and his stance. Pre-snap his stance. He spoke about that also. Michael Murphy in the building. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, brother? Appreciate you coming through. So the media gives us no chance at Philly. We're gonna show them. Vegas is kind of not giving us a chance too, because like I say, last time I checked, we are a 6.5 point underdog. So that's a lot. That's a lot in the football game. That's a whole lot. King Atlanta Sport in the building. What's going on, King? How you doing, my brother? Hope everything going good with you, man. Appreciate you coming through. Rustin says Chiefs are 4-point favorites right now. That's I was wondering to myself, like it's kind of odd that Philadelphia is a bigger favorite, but Philly is at home and Kansas City would be coming on the road. So I'm sure that compensates for the differential in the point spread. And home, there you go. Yeah, you kind of finished it off for me. You said home gets 3 automatically, so they're really 7-point favorites against us. Miller Mills says Chris Jones going to line up over McGarry and I think it said punish him next game. I think that's what you said. We can say punish him next game. And Chris Jones, well, he an exceptional talent, man. I think he signed a big contract with the Chiefs this past offseason too. I think my boy McGarry gonna have a bounce back game too, man. I think he's gonna go look at some film, and his pride gonna get the best of him, and he's gonna want to play well. And also going back to Zach Robinson, I think Zach Robinson and y'all pardon me, I'm not right off the top of my head. I'm not sure who our offensive line coach is, but I think they're gonna have a meeting of the minds, and they're gonna throw up better blocking schemes also to protect Kirk Cousins. So I do expect the coaching staff to do a much better job this upcoming game. Marlon says Kansas City got Ricky Worthy, who showed it. Yeah, man, he had a great game. I started to get that guy in fantasy too. He had 2 touchdowns. I started to pick him up too. Swarm says, appreciate you clearing it up for me. Why you say a potential must win? I agree with you, homeboy. That 0-3 historically is a big deal. And if I take my Falcon blinders off, I have to agree with you. Thank you, Swarm Lefford, as an offensive line coach. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, and that's the only thing I'm saying too, Swarm. I don't want to come in here and seem all gloomy and pessimistic about it, but I'm just trying to be realistic about it, objective about it, and also logical about it too. We just don't want to come back home on 2, and then, like I say, on the other side of the sideline, you looking at number 15, like, that's the boogeyman right now in the NFL. There was one time when Tom Brady was the boogeyman. Unfortunately, we found that out in Houston. Since Brady retired, now Mahomes is the boogeyman. So you just don't want to be on 2, and you got the boogeyman. Now we come back and we beat Philadelphia. Now we got some momentum, and we could possibly come back home and upset Kansas City. But man, going down 0-2, and now you're in that hole, and then you got to come back and play against Mahomes. It would be tough. It would be really tough. But I think we're going to play a much better game this week against Philly. Much better game. Miller says, AJ got to buckle the chin strap on Monday and don't get bullied, and Kirk has to show up. Yeah, man, if we can get Kirk Cousins to play like he was playing prior to injury last year, we're fine. We'll be fine. I think AJ will bounce back also himself. I think he'll bounce back. Like I said, I think Caleb McGarry will bounce back. We just need the offense, man. We need the offense to step up. Well, defense been carrying this team since last year, so we need the offense to step up. And we thought we had solved that with bringing Kirk Cousins in. So Kirk got to show himself, show his teammates, show his fan base, show the coaching staff, Falcons executives, and the rest of the NFL. Hey, this is why the Falcons signed me to $100 million fully guaranteed contract. If Kirk Cousins comes and he plays good football, I'm confident we can win that game. If he plays very good football, great football, we'll beat Philly. Now, if Kirk Cousins comes out in Philly and he has another game like he had this past week, man, we in trouble. We would really be in trouble. Also, I'm gonna look at Michael Lombardi. What's the name? I'm not sure about the name of this show. Again, this video came across my vantage point from Rusty. He told me to take a look at it, which I did. And this is for Michael Lombardi. I don't know if this is the original video or this is just somebody else who downloaded it to YouTube. I'm really not sure. But I'm gonna share my screen and we're gonna listen to this together, y'all. We're gonna talk through it also, and then we'll drop the link and bring everybody up. Anybody who want to come up. It ain't that long. It's only about 10 minutes, I think. But it is very very interesting, and I do want to talk on it, react on it, and also get y'all opinion on it as well. So give me a moment. Let me bring this up on my screen. All right. So there it is. C Dub in the building. What's going down, C Dub? How you doing, my brother? Hope everything going good. Y'all make sure to check out my guy C Dub on YouTube. Also, he has his own YouTube channel. He has a show also. He has actually two shows that I'm aware of. It. Knowing CW may got more of that, but I know he got a show Atlanta Beard Game. Discuss football, discuss the Falcons, and also a wrestling show as well. So make sure to subscribe to my dog C Dub. Show him some love. My other dog is in the building also. A1 Forever. Tip, what's going on, brother? How we feeling? How we doing tonight? What's up, homie? Y'all make sure to if you're not already subscribed to A1 Forever, make sure that you do subscribe to his YouTube channel as well. Uh, Great content creator, just like C Dub, covers a variety of different things. And this man actually has sideline access. You know what I'm saying? So dealing with a celebrity when you're dealing with A1 Forever. What's up, brothers? Red Swan said, "Oh, Michael Lombardi is a straight Falcons hater." What's his biography, y'all? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know a lot about it. For like the third time, this something Rusty showed me or told me to look at. What's his biography? Like, what is his biography? Who is he? What's his background? I admit my ignorance when it comes to Lombardi. Like, what's his background? But let's go ahead and listen to this together, y'all. And y'all let me know what y'all think, and let y'all know what I think. Here we go.
It ain't happening. It ain't going to happen. They're going to come to Philadelphia, and everybody's going to say they've got such great hopes. And I love seeing Arthur Blank on the sidelines at the end of the game after they lose. I enjoy that.
So let's turn our attention to the Falcons now, who had a horrendous loss to the Steelers in week 1, yet they are still the plus 145 favorite to win the NFC South. Harrison, what are
Still the favorites. I can dig it.
your thoughts on this team?
Well, I think maybe we jumped the gun too quick here. There's so much change here for the Atlanta Falcons.
Hold on, let me fast forward this. I want to get to the real content here. This Lombardi guy. Nothing against this guy that's talking, but he just being regular analysis. It's Lombardi who who lit our ass up.
Well, Harrison, it's pretty clear now. That's been declared. You've never listened to the GM shuffle, nor have you ever listened to the Lombardi line before, because we never jumped the gun. Okay. It's confirmed. You've never did. And I understand why. I mean, obviously you had other jobs to do. I don't hold a grudge against you at all, but there was no way anybody on any platform that I was on thought the Atlanta Falcons were a good team. I mean, this is a team that couldn't stop anybody. They lost their.
Damn. I mean, am I just being a Falcons fan, boy? I thought coming into the season we were a good team. I had us going 11-6. That could just be my bias, but he come in here with a straight poker face. He like, man, they ain't shit. We all know they weren't gonna be shit. Appreciate it, Keelan. Appreciate it. He says he's a former player, former executive. Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, we sitting you on that sideline. All right, thank you, Rest. I see you said it also. All right. Yeah, I'm not familiar with him. I guess I don't watch the broadcast that he did.
their best defensive coach in Ryan Nielsen, who had them third in the National Football League in third down defense, fourth in red zone defense, without a pass rush, without creating any turnovers. They were 28th in the league in creating turnovers. They couldn't play.
Now, based on the stats that he just gave, he said that we did all that without creating turnovers, without a pass rush. I think that automatically says, well, Atlanta probably just faced a lot of bad quarterbacks last year. I think that's an indicator of that. Not trying to say anything bad about our defense, because our defense was vastly improved last year. They were a top 10 defense for the extreme vast majority of the season. I think we finished 11th at the end of the regular season, but I must be honest, we didn't face a lot of good quarterbacks last year either.
At home. They couldn't stop Baker Mayfield in a 2-minute drill. They've never demonstrated that they have any physical toughness. Their best defensive lineman, Calais Campbell, had 19.5 pressures. They didn't even offer him a contract to come back. He went.
Hold on now. Best defensive lineman, Calais Campbell, that's debatable. I mean, I guess if you're saying, well, Grady Jarrett got hurt, so we ain't going to count him. But was Calais better than David Onyemata last year? Was he? I don't know. I think he had more. Well, I ain't gonna say I think. I know he had more sacks, but pound for pound, was he a better defensive lineman than Onyemata last year? Y'all let me know. I know a lot of y'all know better than I do. I think Onyemata played some damn good football, and I think Calais was playing great football. Well, I shouldn't say great, but very good football himself. So I don't know. Maybe I'm looking for something to debate Mr. Lombardi on, but I'm not sure if he was the best. That's a fact too. Swarm, so I'm telling you, this dude got more hate in his heart than Pete Briscoe. Why he don't like the Falcons though? Oh, did he play on a rival team, Tampa, New Orleans, or Carolina or something? Was he from the old school 49ers and the Rams days? But them Rams and 49ers teams shouldn't have no beef with us because they used to beat us up. So we were kind of like the little brothers in that division. Said, okay, he's on Get Up sometime. Okay, I never watched Get Up. I think I done got to the point where I watch a lot of, as far as sports go, I watch a lot of YouTubers, man. I don't watch as much network sports broadcasting as I used to. I watch a lot of YouTube sports though. Red said, "But honestly, who gives it?" Good point, Red. That's a good point. That's a great point. Let's see what else he says.
Down to Miami. So this organization, to me, yes, I am very disappointed they didn't hire Coach Belichick. Yes, I am disappointed that they put out there that he didn't even make it to their top 3. But it just shows you the level of incompetence. I mean, they give A.J. Terrell make him the second highest paid corner in the National Football League. And by the way, just so we're aware, hadn't had an interception in 2 years.
That don't mean he ain't a good corner because he ain't had an interception in 2 years. I mean, Sauce Gardner is arguably the best cornerback in the league. At worst, probably top 2. He only has 2, interceptions his entire career. And I'm not trying to say AJ is a Sauce Gardner, but that don't always tell the entire story. Get interceptions. I mean, I can kind of see his point though, a little bit.
Can't make a play on the football. George Pickens proved that once again on Sunday. So no one on any platform that I was on ever thought this. So
people got to start getting George Pickens his props, man. George Pickens is a dog. I said the last time on the last live show, I may have an advantage with knowing a little bit more than Pickens than like maybe the average person would be, because he played on my favorite college team, So I've been watching George Pickens since he played for the University of Georgia. I mean, Pickens has always been a dog. If he didn't have that injury and also his I don't want to say questionable character, but I think a better description for Pickens is questionable attitude. If his attitude wasn't so questionable, the guy, he would have been a first-round draft pick.
I know the national media did. I understand that. And I understand that's love for Kirk Cousins, Grace. But to me, I just felt like, what do we know about Cousins? The offensive line is overrated. I know Pro Football Focus has him as a top line. That's not true. You talk to anybody in the league, everybody will tell you they can't pass block. Their
offensive line is overrated. So he's saying that we can't pass block. Okay. I kind of would disagree with that. Now, don't get me wrong. I know the bread and butter is run block. You know, we are definitely way better in run blocking than we are pass blocking. But I don't think we're a bad pass blocking team. For all the flack that we got last week, you know, with TJ Watt, we gave up 2 sacks. The Steelers gave up 2 sacks.
longest plays last year was a 61-yard screen to Jonnu Smith, a 65-yard wheel route to Bijan Robinson. They have no speed at wide receiver. They're the slowest team in the league.
Now, I'll give them a little credit on that. You know, I think we do need to get fast at wide receiver. I will say that. I think we do need to get a little fast at wide receiver. And I can tell that Terry Fontenot did his best to try to get more speed in the offseason by the receivers that he brought in, you know. So I kind of see he going a little bit on that one also. Arthur Smith, you could tell he liked the big kind of bulky pass catches. Drake London, Kyle Pitts, and what's my other guy name who almost beat up Desmond Ridder? I forget his name, but those are the kind of receivers that Arthur Smith liked.
And now they have a quarterback, Grace, who can't move, and I think his arm is suspect because he can't drive the ball with his lower body. But other than that, I love their team, and I love seeing our
backhanded compliment. But other than that, I love their team. But other than that, I love that team. Okay. Oh man, Red says Lombardi is a negative New York guy. Of course, he's going to be cynical regarding our Falcons. He definitely being cynical, bro. Being seriously cynical right here. Red says Pete Briscoe actually be showing us some love sometimes. A1 Phelps says believe it. Swarm says yes, Todd, he was a Bill Walsh disciple. Okay, all right. So now I'm starting to make sense. Oh, San Francisco guy. Okay. Wallace Smith in the building. What's going on, Wallace? How you doing, bro? Hope everything going good. Which appreciate you coming through. John from the I-10. So he got his two of his rings with Pat's last one in 2016. I didn't know that. There's a Lombardi just he's talking out his ass like sexy red. Wow. Where that came from, red. So on the fact side, I love pictures at UJ. He was like, hey man, he's a true dog, man. Like again, if he didn't have that questionable attitude, because he did some questionable stuff at Georgia, the whole water bottle thing, and he dealt with some injuries, his last year in Georgia, man. But talent-wise, man, George Pickens is a dog, man. People sleep on Pickens, man. Pickens has easily first-round talent, without a doubt. Without a doubt, he has first-round talent. Yeah, he just did find that out. Also, but he's talking about last year's team not being fast at the wide receiver spot. Yeah, we added some speed this year. I still won't necessarily classify us as having a lot of speed at wide receiver. If I'm being honest, we got faster, but our main two pass catchers are Pitts and Drake London. Even though I think Pitts ran a 4.5. Pitts might have Pitts don't really have quickness. He may have like straight line speed if he's just running a straight line. I really ain't never seen Pitts like break like that in football. I'm not sure what his football speed is. Y'all know it's different. You got football speed, you got track speed. I ain't really seen Pitts really show that he got football speed as of yet. I'm not saying he don't have it, but I don't recall seeing it as of yet. Keelan says, given our history of incompetence, we can't dismiss every criticism that's hate. That's a fair point. Very fair point. because as Mr. Lombardi is pointing out here, we look at our team one way, and other parts of the country, other parts of the world, they look at us totally, totally differently. Keely says Mooney was definitely a move to get faster. Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Mac Hollins, yeah, that's who I was trying to think about. I almost beat up Desmond Ritter there on the sideline. Mac Hollins. Appreciate that, Swartz. His title was Mac Hollins at the bottom with slap red on the sideline. Man, that shit was so funny, bro. That shit was hilarious. Got our brother Black Cat Panther Podcast Network is in the building. Shout out to our bros. What's going on, Q, man? Hope everything going good with you, man. And y'all make sure to check out our brothers there, Black Cat Panther Podcast on YouTube. If you're not already subscribed, the best Carolina Panthers podcast you're going to find. Always consistently dropping great content. One of their last videos, I was watching their live earlier today with Q and Goat, but one of their latter videos that boy had me sitting here laughing my ass off when they had a Bryce Young funeral after the first game. Y'all make sure to check out that video if you want to laugh. Shout out to my dogs though. Red says, how do we know how fast we are when we haven't had a decent quarterback since 2018? That's a fair point, Red. Very, very fair point. Very fair point. While he needs to stop lying because he knows that he doesn't like our team. All right, so let's see what else he say.
They're blank on the sidelines at the end of the game after they lose. I enjoy that. He can go back to his 180-foot yacht and listen to Kaiser Sose McKay. So I have.
What's the beef with Arthur Blank? What's going on? Arthur Blank to give him a job or something? What's the beef with Blank?
Nicknames for everybody on the Falcons. Kaiser Sose McKay is Rich McKay. Okay. I mean, I got to catch you guys up on all this because you haven't been a part of it. So just bear with me for a second here. Kyle Sose McKay is Rich McKay, who really runs the team. He pretends he doesn't run the team. It's really brilliant. He hides behind all of it. He's been there for 22 years. He's now 2 games under 500 in his career.
So he's saying that there's somebody else saying Rich McKay really runs the team. I thought Blake and McKay said Rich McKay went to soccer. They ain't lied to us, did they? Or is Lombardi lying though? Who lying? Who lying? Riz, you need an accurate quarterback to do speed tests. That's true. That's definitely true. Got our dog Tay 6 in the building. What's going on, Tay? Says, what's up, Toddy? How we feeling about Monday night? Tay, if Kirk comes and play football, he comes to play good football, very good football, have a great football game, I'm confident we can go in Philly and win. Now, if Kirk come out there, he just play all right or average, it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. Philly is a good team. We traditionally play terrible in Philly, that going back to Matt and Julio days. So I'm going to put it all on Kirk Cousins, man. We need him to bounce back and have a good game. And that's a game we really need to win, bro. We don't need – I said this earlier, Tate. We don't need to come back to Atlanta with an 0-2 record, and then you're going to have to play Mahomes the very next week, bro. You don't want to look at the boogeyman. They call Kendrick Lamar the boogeyman of rap right now. You don't want to look at the boogeyman of NFL, Mr. Mahomes, in Atlanta on Sunday night, bro. You just don't want to do it. Black Cat Panther Podcast said we buried that. Boy, y'all had me laughing so hard on that video, dog. Man, you just don't know, bro. That shit had me dying over here, man. For y'all sake, man, I hope y'all get a new quarterback soon, bro. We ain't got Kirk Cousins to play good in Atlanta yet, neither. So we're a little bit in the same boat, man. So I want to shout out Black Panther Podcast Network. What's good, Third Cousins? Keely says his criticism of McKay is in line with what most Falcon fans already believe. That's true facts, bro. We've been discussing that for probably a couple of years now, bro. Swan's the tightest dude sounds like he was turned down for a job with us. With the Blake criticism, it do sound like he like a little bitter. Like, I mean, you don't really. I mean, people talk down on the Falcons a lot. As Falcons fans, we all know that. But Blake's face card is pretty damn good around the league. You don't really hear people come for Arthur Blank. they'll talk about how bad the Falcons are as a team, but late face card is pretty good. At least I thought. Rustin Moore says, McKay definitely runs the team. Dang, what's that thought? I thought they said they moved McKay to soccer. He's still around there calling shots. Wallace says, no, you're right, Tyler McKay is with the soccer team. That's what I thought. That's definitely what I thought. Miller Mills is now on that part. I don't think Lombardi line. Which part you talking about, Miller? You talking about the McKay part? Red says Lombardi saying anything new, breaking anything new. Black Cat says, I pray y'all shake this out till y'all should have beat. Yeah, we should have, bro. Man, I was so hot after that game, dog. I was so hot. But we got to go to Philly, man. We got to get the dub in Philly. And, as I've been saying during this broadcast, bro, you just don't want to come back and you got to play Pat Mahomes and you're in the 0-2 hole. Because it's already going to be hell on wheels to beat that little dude. And coming back 0-2 and he has the opportunity to give you 0-3 in your crib, yeah, it ain't a good thing. Also, Red Swan, the $9.99 super chat. Appreciate that, Swan. Thank you, bro. Thank you very, very much, man. Appreciate the support. Just showing love for the 478 home team. Shout out to that whole 478. Bibb County, Haas County, Baldwin County, Middle Georgia. Appreciate you, Swan. Thank you, bro. So let's get back to this. I think we're almost done. Probably got about 4 or 5 more minutes.
As the general manager, CEO, executor of Arthur Blank's estate, by the way. So he's also there.
Hold on. Did he just say he's the executor of Arthur Blank's estate? Has anybody ever heard that before? He just said he's the executor of Arthur Blank's estate. From working in real estate, an executive of an estate, that's somebody like, without getting too technical, it's like somebody who's gonna administer an estate, after someone has passed on, based on like the duties of a will, help sort of make decisions on how affairs are handled after someone has passed away. That would seem weird, or maybe I don't know the extent of Blank's and McKay's relationship, or maybe he lying. I don't know. I don't know why he would have to make up a lie about being the executive of his estate. If he's the executive of Arthur Blank's estate, now if that is true, Richmond ain't going nowhere. I know a lot of us been wanting Blank to fire him, but if he's the executor of his estate, he ain't going nowhere. He is not going nowhere at all. He might be dipping into some legal trouble with that comment. Yeah, if that is not a fact, and I don't see why. I don't understand like why someone would share that information with him. Like especially somebody with that much money off the blank. That ain't nothing you finna tell people, yeah, he's the executive of my estate. Like, that's odd. That is odd. Wallace said, no, we haven't never heard. I never heard that, bro. I never ever heard that.
Terry Super Bowl winning GM Fontenot, who's never won a Super Bowl in his entire life, never been a part of building a team in his entire life. And then we have Chris Olson, who doesn't do any incentives. So I haven't nicknamed him yet, but I will. I'll come up with something there. So this organization is just basically always going to be mediocre. They're never going to win. And Blank.
Always, never. Damn, those are strong words, Mr. Lombardi.
A wonderfully nice man who's been lied to over the course of the years because he wanted to hire the greatest coach of all time, and they all talked him out of it. All right, we're all caught up. Grace, take over.
So he's saying he wanted to hire Arthur Blank, and now I can't front. I did hear that. I did hear that Arthur Blank wanted to hire Belichick and Rich McKay and probably Terry. And the rest of the crew talked him out of it. So that could possibly be true. That is something I heard myself.
No, I want to hear more about that. You know why he was talked out of hiring Belichick?
Of course I do know why. I know everything that goes on. I haven't been sleeping at the wheel here, Grace. I just want you to know I'm wired in this whole thing. And the reason he didn't get hired is because Kaiser Sose McKay would have felt threatened. Now, Kaiser Sose McKay, originally from the start.
Did some of y'all say that? I remember some of y'all on the Waffle House saying that. Who was that? Who was that said, I'm trying to remember who that was said that. That Rich McKay, that might have been Larry said that. Rich McKay taught Arthur Blank out of hiring Bill. I remember somebody saying that. I can't remember who it is, but I do remember somebody saying that. Red Swan said this dude is blinded by deep hate. He do sound like he got a deep hate. But if he came from the Bill Walsh, you know, like why would he have a beef with the Falcons? Like we ain't never been a blip on the radar of the 49ers back in those days. Man, the 49ers should drag us up and down the field. They would whoop us in Fulton County, and then we go to Candlestick and they whoop our ass in Candlestick. I mean, we like, bro, we was the Washington Generals and they were like the Harlem Globetrotters. I don't get it. Like we was in the same division, but it was never a rivalry because we hardly ever won. Like 49ers used to just drub us. I don't understand his hatred for the Falcons. Wallace says even if he's not, I don't think McKay is going anywhere either for as long as he's been with Blank. It don't seem that way. Still talking about Belichick. I see what you're saying. Maybe he got to axe the ground because of us not hiring Belichick. C-Dog, was that you who said that, C-Dog? I remember saying that too. Okay. I knew I had heard people say that when we talked about it when it happened. C-Dog, I went something that. Oh man. A1 Forever said, did he interview for the Falcons? And we said no or something. Homer said never gonna win. Wow, yeah, that's what I'm like. Damn, bro, like we never gonna win. Like that's some strong. That's an infinitive word. They're like we never gonna win.
Okay, this thing started about 2 weeks left to go in the season. They made an initial contact to Coach Belichick's to people. They said, hey, look, we're going to probably fire Arthur Smith. We want Bill to be the coach. From that moment on, Rich McKay.
That was around the time that, I don't know if y'all remember, but that was around the time that Arthur Blank did that. I don't want to say weird, but he did that unexpected interview on what's the Georgia network station, y'all? PBS, is that what it's called? He did that quick interview on PBS, and they were talking about Arthur Smith's job security. That interview that just really came out of nowhere. I don't know if y'all remember that, but I do remember that. Let's see what else he got to say. He about done, y'all.
Worked backwards to make sure that Raheem Morris got the job. That was his number one candidate all along. Now, when they made that phone call.
So he's saying Rich McKay wanted to get Raheem Morris in here?
They assured Coach Belichick's agent and they assured everybody in his camp that Rich McKay was not going to be involved. That was a complete lie. Rich McKay's, Kaiser Sose McKay is always involved in everything. He's never going away. He's going to be there forever. He's going to take an afternoon jog for 5 miles every day. He's going to have an opinion on football, never uncertain, seldom right. And he's going to continue to run the team. And then Terry Fontenot teamed up with Rich McKay, Super Bowl winner that he is, to basically protect his job, to guard his desk, because they all felt threatened when he walked in the building. I mean, it's really hard to imagine that you just go ahead.
So Mr. Lombardi is pretty much saying that Rich McKay and Terry Fontenot, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, if I heard this wrong, but Rich McKay and Fontenot kind of joined forces to talk Blank out of hiring Belichick, or to ensure that Blank would hire Belichick because they felt threatened by Belichick's presence. Did I get that right? That's what it sounds like he's saying right here. How would he know all this stuff, though? That's my question. How would he know this? Red said, this clown sound like the guy in school who wants to be in the in crowd but too scared to speak up, so he just sits back and talk about what you heard about you when your back is turned. A1 says Belichick was going to change the landscape, bringing his own guys. I can believe that. I can definitely believe that. Definitely believe that. See, Dell said he very petty, boy. He very petty. I wonder if he interviewed for a Falcons job and Rich McKay was the one that didn't hire these guys. So Keelan said, I think he had an Instagram, maybe McKay. Yeah, that's what it sounded like, bro. That's kind of what I meant when I just made that statement. Did he interview for a job and McKay didn't hire him or something? Because it sounds like his axe to grind is really with Rich McKay, but everybody in the organization is a casualty of war. That's kind of what it sounds like. She does say he is that smart kid that needs to but PBS. Thank you. Appreciate it. PBS. That's what I thought. So thought it was PBS. Red says, dude sound real bitter. Did the Falcons hire his girlfriend and get to bring the boy along too? GPS. Okay, GPS. Georgia Public Broadcasting. Is that how to say it? It's something like that. I'm getting old. My memory ain't that good. I thought so, Wallace. It's kind of odd a little bit. Keelan says, allegedly McKay and Belichick have always been contentious. Lombardi worked with Bill for 3 seasons. Okay, so he's probably a Bill Belichick guy. And he probably feels some kind of way because Falcons didn't hire Belichick. He probably felt like Falcons led Belichick on. Or maybe lied to him in some form. It's probably that's the vibes I'm getting from this guy. Dub Q called that shit immediately after the Carolina loss. He looked at Arthur Blank and said Arthur Smith is officially fired. Yeah, that was the last straw. That Carolina loss, it was over with. And then Arthur Smith already had a real rocky relationship with like the media, especially the local media. So they didn't have his back. You know, that's why a lot of these NFL coaches, man, until you like become like I mean, not saying that everybody go, or really nobody get to a Belichick level and the Reed level, but until you get like some stature, that's why a lot of these younger coaches or coaches who are just getting their feet wet, and they make sure they have a good relationship with their local media because they, you need these guys to write good things about you. And Arthur Smith he never got that part of it. Now, Pittsburgh local media, way different than Atlanta local media. So he might have learned from his mishaps, here in when he was here in Atlanta. Lombardi loved Billy. Yeah, you could tell that's his guy. You could definitely tell that's his guy. Russell says McKay hired Raheem in Tampa in 2002. 2002, excuse me. He was definitely his first choice because Bill Belichick and McKay never got along because McKay is in the Roots. What's the Roots committee? What that mean? What he's saying checks a lot of boxes. Red so Lombardi just a lonely ass bitter man. Don't be like Mike. GPB. Appreciate it, Joe. All right, y'all. Let's finish this up and then I'll drop the link. It's pretty much almost done now.
And you ignore the greatest coach of all time to then hire Raheem Morris and Zach Robinson to come in and run your program. That tells you you're stuck in mediocrity, and you're going to continue to be stuck in mediocrity for a long time. And Will Hill's right.
Well, to be fair, Mr. Lombardi, nobody else hired Belichick either now. Like, come on now. It ain't like Belichick when he got a job right after the Falcons said no.
Why would you play them to make it? Just because the national media thinks Kirk Cousins went through this transformation. He can't win a big game, but all of a sudden he puts on an Atlanta uniform. And, I forgot to mention the brilliance of drafting Michael Penix. Somebody explain that to me. How does this work out? Let me add one more. The only...
And he tried to light our ass up from top to bottom, man. The brilliance of drafting Michael Penix. Not like he about to go in.
Team in the National Football League. I want you two guys to guess this. The only team in the National Football League that did not get any contributions from their rookie class in week 1 was, I'll wait.
Falcons.
Grace Harrison. There you go. Win.
I can't lie. I said the same thing in the post-game show after we lost. Well, like, how in the world we have 3 consecutive 7-10 seasons and don't not one rookie play? I gotta get Lombardi props on that one. I couldn't figure that one out. I'm still like, why did nobody play?
You win the prize. There you go. So I don't want to hear everybody thought they were going somewhere. I don't want to hear it. It ain't happening. It ain't going to happen. They're going to come to Philadelphia, and everybody's going to say they've got such great hopes. Good luck.
Well, that's usually what happens when you have particularly what maybe would seem the best quarterback in the division. But all of those things that you said very well, definitely ringing true to me in terms of how I might look going forward in this division. In terms of who might win that NFC South. But Michael, with all those things being said, with all of the uncertainty and all the unhappiness with maybe how you view the running the front office, they could still very well have the best quarterback. And it's not like you need a world beater per se to win the NFC South. We saw how the Buccaneers won the division last year. Where would you, if you were a betting man, where would you put your bet to win the division?
I think Tampa Bay. I think if Tampa Bay's front goes against Atlanta, I mean, Kirk Cousins Kirk Cousins never really responds well to pressure. I think, Dennis Allen takes a lot of crap because he's not very good ATS, but he's a really.
So he says he thinks Tampa going to win the division. Interesting.
Good defensive coordinator. I don't care what anybody tells me about that. He's a really good defensive coordinator. It'll be a problem for Zach Robinson to protect Kirk Cousins. Because remember, Kirk Cousins can't move. I mean, they can't move. And we're ignoring they have no explosive players on offense. Drake London's a six.
No explosive players on offense? Come on now, bro. You tripping, man. Bijan isn't explosive? Come on, man. Bijan is one of the more explosive players in the league, bro, and only his second year in the league. Come on, man. You can't slide that in. Nobody. Come on.
16th pick overall in the draft. It's a joke. They took Kyle Pitts over Micah Parsons. They haven't drafted a defensive line.
All right. Kyle Pitts or Micah Parsons. All right. Now that's a hindsight statement. That's a hindsight statement because going back to that draft, which I think was the 2021 draft, people talked about Micah Parsons, but nobody really had him in the top 5. He was not a projected top 5 guy. People said he was undersized. And I think he ended up being drafted 11th, if I'm correct. So obviously he wasn't projected to be in the top 5. Now, it's easy to say that now in hindsight, of course, but Parsons wasn't the top 5 guy that, going into that draft.
Lineman. They let Jalen Carter walk by. They took a running back. You would have thought people would have.
I give him props on that one, man. I won't go there, but I can agree with him.
Criticized them, but no, we can't criticize Super Bowl GM Terry Fontenot. I mean, they had Jalen Carter in their backyard. They don't have a 3 technique. Grady Jarrett's still their best 3 technique, and he's coming off an ACL. They drafted 2 defensive linemen in the second and third round. They couldn't even get them on the field in the first week. They couldn't even get them on the field. That's how bad they are. So it's a joke, and everybody knows it in the league. Everybody loves the fact that everybody in the media wants them to keep going because, look, you don't want to foul out the worst player, the best. You don't want to foul them out. You want to keep them in their jobs. Don't say anything about them. Everybody in the South, I mean, Tampa's a better team, and so is New Orleans. Now, Carolina, they got their own problems. I could do a whole dissertation on those, too. I mean, that's probably the worst run organization because that owner has no clue, and he continues to learn that he has no clue. He continues to double down on no clue, but we'll get to that later. Anyway.
Man, there is
Tell
so
them how
much
you
I
really
could go
feel,
from
Michael.
here.
Tell them
I
how
know,
you really
seriously.
feel.
I want to do this for a whole other block.
Harrison, if you know anything about me, I'm going to say what I think. I mean, I don't have to hold back. I don't really care.
All right, we'll stop it there, y'all. I think that's pretty much the end of his rant against the Falcons. I think that's pretty much the end of the rant. Keelan says, Natada, we knew Pitts was a dumb pick. Though. Oh yeah. I'm not defending the pick. I'm just saying like Parsons was not. No, people didn't have Micah Parsons in the top 5. He was not projected the top 5 guy. He was like more of a top 15 guy, 10 to 15 guy. Black Cat said he's speaking facts. Oh man, hey, I hope y'all climb out the hole soon, man. I hope we both get out this hole soon. But cool seeing the building 770 repping in this thing. What's going on with your plan? Appreciate you coming through, man. Hope everything going good with Cool C. Russell says I disagree with his penis and Bijan takes. Those were two solid picks. All right, so let me drop the link, y'all, and let's come. And I'm gonna bring anybody up that want to come up. Let's talk about this, man. This gives us all something to talk about. So I just put the link in the chat. So if you want to come up, just click the link. I'll bring you up, and we could talk about what he just said, man. You know, I'm interested to hear everybody's opinion. Wallace says, but Tyler, we're so deep on the D line group with veterans. It's going to be tough for Root and Dorless stress out and Rick and the line Bertrand get to play. The thing about it, though, like, but to be honest, though, Wallace, like you can't go, in my opinion, you can't go 7-10 3 consecutive years and not one rookie play. I gotta agree. Wallace, I think he was on the show for post game. I was in here bitching about that, bro. Like, didn't no rookie play. You know what I mean? Not one rookie saw the field. I could not defend that. Didn't make no sense to me. Tay Six says no explosive players in offense. Now he's just talking. Yeah, like, come on now, bro. Like, we ain't got B. John Robinson on the field. Come on now, bro. Come on now. Wallace says, yeah, Parsons was not projected to top 5 pick that scandal that he was involved in. I forgot about that, to be honest. To Marcy Jackson says every conference game is a must win. True that. Very true that. Red Swarm says, I'm actually impressed that our Falcons have big time haters like this. I'm surprised, bro. Like, the only hate we normally get is being our division, to be totally honest. Between Carolina, New Orleans, and Tampa, we just normally get division rival hate. We don't normally get like national hate. I'm with you. I'm impressed and surprised. And Florio been sour since we got Kirk Cousins. He's just like, bro, get past that. Please get past that. I mean, Florio, he ran propaganda on the Falcons. Now, like, dog, you acting like we got 4 or 5 Super Bowl with the propaganda you putting out on the team. That shit is wow. But yeah, we're gonna talk about this, man. Let me bring everybody up here in the chat. Give me just a second, y'all, to get y'all up real fast. Hefe, Red, John, gentlemen, how we doing? How we feeling? Welcome aboard.
Thank you for that thunderous applause.
You're quite welcome, sir. I think everybody that's on the panel, I think we all heard what he had to say. So y'all got the floor. How do y'all feel about what Mr. Lombardi said?
I'll kick it off then. I honestly, I think we as fans, we're a little too close to it. So we're gonna be more apt to dismiss a lot of it. But I think what I heard as he kept going, it seemed like Tyler, you started to agree with more and more and more as it went on. I think some of the stuff, like even I would say this, even the point he made about explosive players. I just wanted to cover my base, and I'm sitting here looking. I was like, let me look up these B. John stats, right? So last year, yards after contact, average of 1.9. Plays of 20 yards or more, rushes. I think it was 5 total for the whole season. And we can gauge it as we want, but I don't look at Pitts as explosive. I look at Pitts as underperforming. And I don't look at Drake London as explosive. And those are the 3 core skill players we have. I agree with some of it. I just feel like we're too close to it, so we're going to be quick to be defensive about it. But some of those complaints are complaints I've had myself, especially the Rich McKay thing. I just felt like Rich McKay had just had way too much influence on the decisions of the Falcons over the years. And I think
Kelly, not to cut you off, my apologies. I'm gonna let you keep cooking. But since you say Rich McKay, Do you believe that he's the executive of his estate?
The minute he said, I started Googling it and I couldn't find anything. But I feel like he said that with such confidence that that's weird, being that he's not a podcaster. This dude has been an NFL executive ever since like the Bill Walsh days with the 49ers. And he does a lot of journalism now. So that's odd that he would say that. If he didn't feel like he had some type of source. We've never heard something like that. But to me, I've always felt like that relationship has always been kind of strange. Cause it's like, why is he not going yet? Like we've always had this thing. Oh, he must got a body on Arthur Blank or something like that's because we always alluded to why are they so close.
Yeah.
So that's the reason that it's odd, because even internally as Falcons fans, we've made those type of comments like what he got on Arthur Blank. But some of the stuff, like I said, I think as fans we're just a little too close to it, so we're quick to dismiss it. But a lot of that stuff, even if a hater be like, "Hey, Tyler, you ball," well, yeah, you're correct. It might have been come from a place of hate, but it's still the truth.
Right.
Like a hater can still be correct. I do think there's biases there. I think he probably is close to Belichick through their working relationship, and I think that Belichick and Rich McKay, which allegedly was the friction in the reason we couldn't get him here in Atlanta, was that there was already existing friction because Rich McKay, of course, is on the competition committee. So I think he's probably a Belichick guy and is anti McKay. So I think that's the bias, but that doesn't mean that a lot of stuff he said isn't true. I think that's my opinion on it.
All right, Keely, before you get done, I want you to react to Russ's comment. He says, Falcons to the grave, but that man was spitting facts in that video aside from Penix and Bijan takes. Let's keep it a book.
But I was the guy I was the guy that said I'd rather have Jalen Carl over Bijan. So I can't say that was a bad take. And I thought the Penix thing, I wasn't in line with that. Because I felt like how Winston said, if you're going to if you're all in on Kirk and giving him all the weapons and everything needed to be successful this year, or you're not. And I wasn't a fan of the Penix take because I think he was the most pro ready, but I didn't think he had the highest ceiling. I don't, and as this season has rolled out, I don't like anything about what this coaching staff has done in terms of preparing for the season. So I'm annoyed all around. So if Lombardi just goes in on the coaching staff and the organization, it doesn't bother me because I'm all in on tearing them down too. So
yeah, I wasn't impressed. I mean, you talked about Zach Robinson and the job he did. Reyes Forum says Blank has a wife and grown children. If McKay is the executive of his estate, they have to be lovers. Lombard is captain. That's another part of the whole quote unquote revelation.
But it could be from a business standpoint, like as in terms of administer, as in his business acumen. Like I'll hire a lawyer to administer, to actually do the paperwork to administer to the family. Like it could be more so from a business standpoint, because he does seem to kind of treat Rich McKay as his personal right hand business guy. You go handle my business over here. You go handle my business over here. For some reason, it just seems like that's how he handles Rich McKay, from my perspective.
No, I agree with you on that. I get them vibes from the press conferences that they have with each other. Like sometimes it's like they finish each other's sentences. Sometimes it's weird at times. But yeah, go ahead, John and Red. You know, y'all got any thoughts?
Nothing but a lot of hot air from Michael Lombardi to me. Nothing, just going in one ear and out the other. I mean, like you say, look, take it from a LeBron hater. a certified LeBron hater. Of course, you got to speak truth when you hate on a team. If you're talking trash, it's gonna really come off kind of silly if everything you saying don't make sense or everything you saying is a bunch of lies. So he got to say some truth. And of course, that we know he has an executive background, so he's gonna have a lot of inside knowledge on some things. But still, dude, you just don't like the Falcons. That's the bottom line. And if you don't like the Falcons, it's easy to gauge and talk about the Falcons. It's easy to talk about all of the negative things in our past and background. It's easy to talk about some of the moves we made that you don't agree with. So, I mean, I'm not taking his comments that seriously, other than the fact it's just, like I said, I'm not taking it no more seriously than Florio's comments. You know, nothing but a couple of podcasters, a couple of NFL pundits that obviously don't agree with some things, some moves we've made during this particular offseason, doing off seasons in the past. Like Keely said, Lombardi probably has a personal aspect from this because he's a Belichick guy, and we entertained Belichick this offseason. Did we hire him? No. Is Lombardi taking it personally that we didn't hire him? Maybe a little bit. But still, dude, he's not saying everything he said negative about the Falcons is something like we all just said, something we've all discussed amongst ourselves. So he's not breaking no news. He not like telling us stuff that we don't already know. What's up, Keith?
No, to respond real quick. An executive of an estate, I just Googled it. An executive of an estate is an individual appointed to administer the last will of a deceased person and carry out the instructions to manage their affairs. So a lot of times you're just getting someone to execute your will. Doesn't mean that they are the recipients. So in my personal case for my father, they had a lawyer execute his will. It's just somebody you appoint. It doesn't mean he's a recipient. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that, Red Swarm, on it. So I just Googled it. An executor of an estate is an individual appointed to administer the last will of a deceased person and carry out the instructions to manage the affairs. That is the official title of an executor.
Got that, Red Swarm? Watch Dallas, you would already know that anyway. But yeah, like I say, that's all to me is this Lombardi rant is. It's just like a red rant. But I don't know why he choosing the Falcons to rant on us. I mean, what, did we disappoint you that much, Lombardi, by not hiring Belichick? Did we disappoint you that much, Lombardi, because we didn't win this past weekend? But that's all it is to me, Ty. Just a lot of ranting from a guy that doesn't have an NFL job right now, but he definitely discusses the NFL on a weekly basis. So, but why he ranting on us like that? Like I said, it definitely sounds like he got some personal issue. I'm like, man, did you take the Bills not hiring Belichick that personal? I mean, other than that, I can't tell you where a lot of this is coming from. I mean, but of course, some of the things he said, I mean, he has a point. Well, yeah, like when I'm hating on LeBron, most of the stuff I say, I got a point. So, I mean, I understand it perfectly. So, you got to make some points for us to give you any attention. I mean, if all he was saying was a bunch of silly BS, we probably wouldn't even be paying it no attention. But just a lot of ranting to me from an NFL pundit who definitely disagrees with a lot of the shit we've done.
Let me ask this, and John, I guess you can answer this since you're next up, but do y'all think that he is actually Bill Belichick's mouthpiece to a certain extent in this situation, John?
Good evening, gentlemen, or good morning, gentlemen, as the day is. I would definitely say yes, because his last stint, and I posted it here tonight, his last stint was with the Patriots in 2016. You remember what happened in 2016, don't you?
Don't remind us.
And he might have been on the side of Bill Belichick not leaving the New England Patriots when Robert Kraft decided to fire him. And when he came down here, now everything that he said about the Falcons organization down here, I told y'all, among others, that the most qualified coach ever to apply for a job came here. There has never been anybody with a resume like that to apply for a head coaching football job. Nobody. As a matter of fact, that man's shadow, look, that man got a big, long shadow. Overshadows the owner, overshadows the previous coach, overshadows the general manager, overshadows everybody. And the thing was that, yes, there was going to be some definite shaking up in the organization, especially at McKay's spot, because McKay has been doing nothing but stealing money here ever since he's been here. And all this is my opinion, but like Red said, with a little fact mixed in. And something else, gentlemen, that you guys just think about this. Every year, all the way back to, we'll say 2016, there has been one or two national pundits that have roasted us over the charcoal. Think about it. Every year, somebody takes us to task about our organization, about our coaching, about our players, about our drafts. Somebody does that every year. So it's not always, like to Keely's point, we've been bad. And it's not always a personal situation where you hate this team or hate that team because you talk about them so bad. Hey, this past Monday, how long was the Falcons section on ESPN, on Fox Sports, on NBC Sports? Just like that. Pittsburgh beat the Falcons, and Kirk Cousins didn't have a good debut against Falcons, blah, 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 blah. Now, if they had said anything more than that, we would have been complaining, oh, they hate us, they this, they that. But the thing is that when you keep pouring coal into the locomotive, what the heck do you think the train gonna do? You keep shoveling coal in the locomotive. You keep putting gas in the car. What? You keep feeding the narrative. You keep feeding the narrative. What are they supposed to say? How are they supposed to feel? Because you keep feeding it. And see, my thing is that, and Tidy knows it, and you guys know it, and everybody who knows me.
Now, John, to your point, they weren't as negative as they usually were. It wasn't that negative. Some folks were actually giving us just a little small break because they said Cousins might be rusty, and it was our first time, everybody, because they said the same thing you said Wednesday. We didn't have no preseason, so he was a little rusty. It was the first time all together. Just a little break.
Yeah, they were
They
trying
usually kill us like they usually kill us before now, but it's coming up.
Red, what did you just say? They usually kill us. Okay, they usually kill us. Now, thing is that we load the gun for them. We buy the rope. We sharpen the knife and hand them the knife. Here, I don't need my throat. Cut me. I don't need this. Cut me. And that's the thing that I look at. That's the thing that's the thing I look at. And, I take a lot of this stuff with a grain of salt, because the thing is, you have to earn and play your way into good press. You got to play your way into good press, man. That's the only way. That's the only way you can believe what people are saying. Now, if I had a stat line that looked, like Patrick Mahomes did, in his first game, or Detroit looked in its first game, or the Rams looked in their first game, I would be fine. Just like I was saying, that doggone
now to be fair, they geared up. They were ready to, but we let them down.
Yeah, now, and see, that's the thing. That's the other thing. Your fans were fired up. They were fired up. You said get there early. Check that off. You said be loud. Check that off. You said disrupt. Check that off. You said give them hell in the stands. Check that off. Now, when you say rise up, it's not just for the fans. Rise up is not just for the fans, it's for the team first. Team, give me something to rise up for. All right? Give us something to rise up for. Now, what you now, well, I tell you, I tell you, it's just like my words getting the twist, and I want to just start swinging. It's time to stop talking. Because it's just frustrating. It's just frustrating. We waited since damn February.
Yeah.
And we've been waiting 6 years. We've been waiting 6 years.
Yeah.
We 6 years.
Since 17.
I never thought we'd go this long in my lifetime, missing the playoffs this many consecutive years. But here we are.
I don't think we went this long, John. Since the 80s, I think?
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while. It has been a while since we didn't have at least in a 7-year span, we had at least one playoff appearance. Okay. Right. Or something of that nature. And the team is really I'm going to use the word spoiled, because ever since 2008, we were knocking on the door. We there. We always there. Falcons always talked about. And the
knocking on the door, and nobody was answering.
Now the thing is, the conversation was negative to the point where, okay, you're here at the ceiling and you can't break through. That's the conversation we had. We ain't even got out the basement yet. Since 18.
That's a good question, John. Let me ask this. Would you prefer the former, what you just said, the Matt Ryan years where you're knocking on the door, but you're not getting in, or these years that we experiencing now, well, like you say, man, we ain't even got
why do those two got to be the only choice? Like, it's kind of like you rather.
Oh no, I want a championship. That's what I want.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that.
But I'm saying that's what we've had the past few weeks. We've had the knocking on the door.
The reason I loathe that kind of argument is because that's always the argument for Matt Ryan, is that, hey, we used to be F students, but when he came, we became C students. So be appreciative that we're no longer F students.
I was hoping you weren't gonna say A student.
But the thing was, that was a very mediocre time, because in that time we only technically had a winning record 7 out of the 14 years. His win percentage over that time is just barely over 500. So, like, we celebrate that as such a glorious time simply for the fact that we're so used to being failure. But to the thing to what John is speaking on, it goes back to what I've heard Tidy echo 100 times when we talk about the national media hating on us, and it'll be like, they're not hating on us, bro. Like, we're not important enough for them to, like, there's no axe to grind. Like, there's no axe to grind for these talking heads like the Skip Bayless or all them to hate on the Falcons, because we haven't done anything to create an axe to grind. Like, we haven't beat their favorite team. We haven't
hate on the team that ain't won a ring.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we haven't done anything worthy of this national hate. So I think some of that is personal and some of it's not. I'm all right. I'm gonna let that go.
It was personal with Lombardi today. I don't know why Florio started the tackles, but it was personal with Lombardi.
You a Vikings fan?
Florio
See, I
Vikings
don't know
fan.
anything about Lombardi myself. I really don't.
That
I just know that, and I looked up the bio, and he has an extensive bio going back into the '80s, if I'm not mistaken. With
Who
San
is that,
Francisco,
John?
various other teams as an executive, and
You talking about
he's
Lombardi?
got 3 Super Bowl rings.
Yeah.
1 with San Francisco and 2 with the Patriots. The Patriots back in 16. He got a Super Bowl as an executive. So that's where I was connecting him with Belichick. And that was just a supposition as far as that was concerned.
Well, that's what it seemed like. A lot of his talking points were coming from his partnership with Belichick and his displeasure of not hiring him.
But thing is, since he was an executive with the Patriots, he to one of you guys' points, he was going to get a job down here with Belichick had Belichick been hired.
Great point. Great point.
Because he already has been an executive before. He could have been Belichick's general manager. He would have hired. Bye-bye, Rich McKay. Bye-bye, Terry. And they hire him. I don't know. I'm supposing at this point, but
I mean that's how he sounded. Like he's saying bitter. Like somebody was going. He had a payday coming. Like Belichick told him, "I win, I get hired in Atlanta. Not if, when Arthur Blank hired me, I'm bringing you on." Kind of. Let me see. Like I'm a Game of Thrones reference. Like I'm bringing you on is by hand of the king.
The only thing I would say against that is that, like, after 2016, he broke away. So that's like 4 years of him being out the NFL at that point. I mean, I mean, you can't argue that you're wrong because it's all of the possibility. People have went to the media and then came back. Your boy, for the Niners, the GM for the Niners is like that. And who else? When Buddy came back for the front office for the Raiders too, I believe, from the media too. When they were going through the AB situation and all that, I think there is it came from the media world.
But Mike Mayock.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a possibility. It's just that it seems like since his last NFL job was the 2016 year, he had been out the NFL for so long that he might have already been like, all right, I'm in NFL media at this point. He had probably moved on past it, but I mean,
I think Lombardi preferably, personally, I think he wants to be with a team than to work in the media. I think it's cool that the media, ESPN or wherever these pundits keep hiring them, but personally, I think he prefers to be working with a team behind the scenes in the front office, and I think that's where he was going to be. Had Belichick. Now that we all talking about it out loud, I don't have a chance to think about it. That's exactly where he anticipated being with Belichick in our front office. And when it didn't work out, he disappointed because there would have been some money in his pocket. I mean, I don't know if he's making the same money being a pundit now that he would have made working for Belichick in the front office. But
he's been working. He's been working in the NFL since the 80s, so I would imagine he's straight regardless. I think
probably so. But they still, I mean, to him, it seemed like he wanted that was his door back to the NFL. His buddy Belichick was probably gonna give him a job, maybe not as the main executive, maybe not the number one GM, but probably just
I just think he got beef with McKay. I just think it's just that. I just think he got beef with McKay. I think
he was gonna be happy to kick McKay out the door.
Matter of fact, he was also then because that means he was there during Deflategate, in New England during Deflategate. And
what year was that? What year was that?
2015, and then he got punished.
He was in New England from 2014.
That's what I'm saying. And Rich McKay is on the competition committee. I just think I think him and Bill Belichick have beef with McKay. I don't think they're the only people who dislike McKay. I think McKay probably got some people around the league that are not fond of him. And I
Well,
just think,
anybody enforcing the law on the rules committee or the competition committee, they
I don't know, y'all. What was it? No, okay, you're right. You said Deflategate, not
it was
Spygate.
enforced. So the suspension was enforced in 2016.
No,
But
you're right. I'm thinking Spygate.
yeah. So
wait a minute. Was the suspension enforced in 2016?
yeah, it was. He
Yeah,
missed the first 4 games
yeah, because he missed the
of 2016.
first 4 games.
And the reason the reason I know this vividly is
And that's
because
what
of the
me and Kelly we silently think that's why Matt won the MVP because Brady didn't have him first game.
That's the reason why I know when the suspension was, because when you look at the MVP voting, it really looks like he would have won if it weren't for missing the first 4 games of the season. But I just think he just don't. I think he just doesn't like Rich McKay. I just think that's what it is.
Well, I don't like him either. Y'all don't like him.
To my point,
for different reasons, but
I think
came down hard on Deflategate.
I think there's a lot of reasons that people probably look at him as a nepotism hire because he got in on the back of his. I think a lot of people dislike McKay because he got in those roles at Temple because of his father, the reputation of his father.
Well, you can look at Shanahan the same way.
And then on that,
he parlayed
that into more success, but people will attribute that success of that Tampa Bay team more so to the coach, to what's the name? The coach who ended up in Indianapolis. What's our guy? Black coach.
Dungy.
Dungy. They will attribute that building that team more so to Dungy
that was his team
than Rich McKay. Yeah. So then he parlays that success of building that team into a role with the Falcons. And he is someone who has been able to continue to thrive in different roles despite not being actually connected to success.
Didn't his dad coach the Bucs? John McKay?
Yeah, that's my point. So his dad is a beloved figure in Temple. He's a beloved figure in Temple.
With all that losing, well, that's good.
I used to love to hear his press conferences because he used to come up with one.
He said he had some entertainment. He was like,
man. But the thing is that that's all was left after those disasters on the field.
I don't think you had to have some entertainment because I know they weren't winning. But
he said,
real quick before y'all go, let me also say thank you to Red Swan for the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate it. He says, loving the content, fellas. Good show. Home team 478 in the building. Appreciate you as always, Swan, man. Thank you very much for the support, man. Thanks as always. Apologize. Go ahead, John.
Oh, no problem. I just wanted to say something else about Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh game. I got a chance, and I got to apologize to everybody. I got a chance to watch the Pittsburgh game, and Keely really set me on this mission because of him posting the game back in 2022. And Tidy, if you haven't watched that, take a look at it.
Okay.
The reason why I want to point this out is that, I was really excoriating, castigating, scraping across the cheese grater. I was scraping McGarry across the cheese grater because he looked bad. But I see Kirk Cousins has the stare down disease. Same as Matt Ryan got. Because when Arthur Smith, and granted, the game in 2022 was in week 8, 10, something of that nature. It was a little bit
in December. It was in
Yeah,
December.
well, that was week 13, something of that nature. Arthur Smith had Mariota getting rid of the ball. He had him getting rid of the ball. And at time Kirk Cousins, he had 2.5, close to 3 seconds before Watt got there with the little resistance that McGarry was giving him. Now, McGarry looked way better in 2022 because they were getting rid of the ball. Now, he did get a hand on him every now and then. And this past Sunday, it wasn't as bad as it showed to be at those crucial times. See, those were crucial sacks. Those were crucial sacks. And they looked bad. They looked bad. And that was an overarching theme for me. My offensive line can't block. Why didn't we play in preseason in order to find out what our offensive line and our quarterback would do? Get some reps in, get some practice in. But after looking at the game Sunday again, I was seeing that the quarterback didn't help himself out. And that goes back to the offensive coordinator. That goes definitely back to the offensive coordinator. If you have a J.J. Watt and you have people that can't block your offensive line, get the ball out of the quarterback's hands quickly.
Ritter is trash, and this offensive line never looked like that with Arthur Smith and Desmond Ritter and Heineke. And he had, in terms of quarterback talent, he had less, and the offensive line never looked like that. And the reason I posted that is because Arthur Smith, I get you can't run RPO with Kirk Cousins, but he mixed up everything. He ran at TJ Watt. He ran away from TJ Watt. He did RPO on TJ Watt. They sent TJ Watt upfield, and then Algier went out the back door. Like, he did so much, whereas TJ could not pin his head, his ears back and just say, I know that this is what they're doing on this play. He just kept mixing it up. And he walked down the field with Mariota. Like, that last drive of that fourth quarter was flawless. Like, they just walked down the field with Mariota. Walked down the field. And I only saw one pressure with TJ Watt, the whole thing. I only saw one pressure. And he didn't get credit for the sack. Somebody else had got pressure for that sack. But it was caused by TJ Watt. But that was the only pressure I saw.
And the thing with Arthur Smith, like, to both of y'all's point, when we had him, and I'm not defending him or make him seem like I want him back and nothing like that, but if we couldn't pass the ball, he was going to find a way to successfully run the ball so we could move the ball. He was going to find a way to move those chains, and that what was frustrating about Zach Robinson. He kind of looked lost at the wheel most of Sunday. He couldn't figure it out.
And I'm gonna say this too about Kirk Cousins. Now, if you guys go back and look at that game, Kirk Cousins wasn't as crippled or hobbled or limited as everybody is thinking that he is.
John, that's what I've been saying. Like, that's why I won't buy into the narrative that he's hurt.
Yeah,
somebody lying.
That's why. Okay, and see, that's why I had to apologize today, and that's what I wanted to go into next. From what I was saying in my first viewing, actually watching the game as it took place, it looked like Kirk Cousins was hurt. Okay, looked like he wasn't moving, looked like he was in one spot. He was to a degree, however, I saw in other plays that he would run up to the line, say something to the center, and then sprint back. I said, now, wait a minute now. If he can do that, why isn't he under center and sprinting back into a 3 or 5 step drop? Then it was just like, and I think Winston brought it out, you just throwing with your upper body. You're so good, you throwing with your upper body. That you Hercules, you don't need no legs. I got this arm right here that can get the ball out and get it to whoever it is that I want to. And a lot of those throws that he was throwing, especially that little sidearm special he tried to throw which got intercepted, the first thing that came to my mind, and I put it in the chat Sunday, rust. This was rust. I mean, the bad snap where he waved the man in motion and then tried to he waved him on and then tried to stop him. Now look, Buddy can't stop on no dime now. You trying to tear every damn ligament from his ankle all the way up to his hip out at that weight, because I mean, when Buddy was going across, he digging, and it was too late to stop him. That's rust.
Here's where I struggle with. I struggle with everything because I think everybody lying. Because when the touchdown to Pitts, Kirk looked good in terms of mobility when he made that play. Kirk looked good. However, I can't say rust because what the hell was the play calling then? Like, because the play calling looks like you're trying to protect him. If you're in the pistol formation when it's time to run, and then you're in shotgun every single time to pass, if you're literally telegraphing what you're doing to the defense, like, it looks like you're calling plays to protect your quarterback. That's the way it looks. Like, because there's no way, like, you're just that simple of a play caller. Like, unless I get it, his first time ever calling plays. I hear that. However, you're not at the NFL level calling plays like that. If you're coming straight from high school to the NFL, that's something I would expect. However, if you've been working with Sean McVay, I don't care if that's your first time ever calling plays. It doesn't look like that.
Better than that.
That's what I'm saying. That is below, to me, that is below the competency of an NFL OC. And the only way I can see that is if you're calling plays to hide someone or to protect someone. That's the only explanation. That's the thing I'm baffled by, is how did the play calling come out like that, where you're in either pistol or shotgun? And that's it. And every single time you in this formation, is this. Like, it's just that predictable that people can figure it out by the second quarter. Like, literally every single time they're in pistol, this is what they're doing.
we didn't score after halftime.
Tidy, go ahead and read that mess. Go ahead and read that mess down there.
And also, let me give a shout out and thanks to Steve and Uncle Steve's Lounge. $9.99 super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, my brother, for supporting the show. And also, if you're not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe to Uncle Steve's Lounge here at YouTube. Also on Instagram, some of the best Falcons content that you definitely will find. You also can find him on the Falcons hologram during the games. That's turned into a local celebrity. So shout out to Steve Johnson. Says Toddy and Company. Best after hours content in the ATL. Appreciate it, brother. Says it took John Harris exactly 1.3 weeks to compare Kirk to his secret hero, Matt Ryan. I just think he had a bad game. Kirk will be better Monday. Mr. Harris, since you were mentioned, I will let you reply to Mr. Johnson.
You want your $9 back, Steve? I'll pay so that this get erased, so nobody ever have to see this. Yeah, so, well, and Steve, you're a little bit late because I believe. Did I say anything about this Wednesday? I think I did. I said something about this Wednesday that he's staring at folk. There was a play, I think it was in the second or third quarter, where he took them two little baby steps and stared over to the left where he was getting ready to throw the ball, gritted his teeth, and then it was a high pass that the cornerback arrived before the wide receiver did, and he batted it up in the air. That's the first thing I said. This man staring at receiver. Now, the coaching staff Offensive coordinator, quarterback coach TJ Yates, since he's a quarterback coach, they got to cut this out. They got to stop this right now. Matter of fact, they should have noticed it and stopped it in preseason. Here we go again with another reason why people should have been playing in the preseason. All right. This is just inexcusable for a professional quarterback, especially one who hasn't played in close to a year. You have not had live NFL action in close to a year. Tidy?
Yes.
Can you take a year off from playing basketball and be the same person you were before you took that year off?
Absolutely not.
Keely, being a marksman, can you take a week off and be the same person you were before you took that week off and not practicing?
No, but unless you're Adrian Peterson, no. Adrian
Yeah,
Peterson, that's the only person I've seen do something like that.
Only person I've seen do it too.
Yeah, I mean, and the position of quarterback, the responsibility that you have, you leading the team, you the coach on the field, okay? Your throws. I mean, you throwing, you making a decision to throw. You're picking out the person to throw. You can't take a year off without playing in an actual game to be able to pick the speed of the game up.
John, here's my question though. Let's say Kirk was just simply rusty, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he comes out there, he has some of that rust knocked off on Monday night. If Kirk comes out with the rust knocked off, but the play calling remains the same as it was on Sunday, do we get a better outcome?
I say no.
No.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's why I can't say it's rust. That's why I can't say it's because the play calling is just so odd. And it seems that, again, and this is the conversation that we'll talk about Wednesday when Winston was bringing the point up. He was like, he got to be injured. Or because of the whole throwing with your arm thing and not using your lower body and a lot of that stuff, and then add in the play calling. But it's all peculiar to me because of the play calling, because I just don't see any offensive NFL coach doing that for his first game. And it's not just making bad calls. It's more so the sets, the fact that you're specifically in those formations.
2 for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And doing only one thing out of one formation and the other thing out of another formation.
That just seems so odd that it has to be to protect. And if they thought that was a smart plan to protect someone, then our coaching staff, and this is why I was critical, made the comment either. If they thought that was smart to say we're only going to run pistol and shotgun, and every single time we're in pistol we're doing this, and every single time we're in shotgun we're doing this. If they thought that was an ingenious plan, then we have to really have a serious discussion about the coaching staff, specifically Raheem, if y'all thought that was a winning strategy.
You can't even do that in high school football with these kids and coaches nowadays.
No way.
That worked in high school in the 80s and 90s, but you can't do that in high school anymore.
But all right, so Tidy, as a fan in the stands, how long would it have taken you to pick up on it?
At most,
I mean, both called it out during the game. Both called it out during the game. Yeah.
So I can't think of any reason why a coach
TJ
would
Watt
do that.
picked it up. TJ Watt figured it out before halftime.
So as a coach, I can't figure out why a coach would call a game like that.
Yeah, like I said, I don't understand
unless it's because of injury.
what he gave a reason. John, when they did the press conference, Akili, you probably know. He gave a reason. I just forgot what he said.
I heard it,
But
and
Zach
it was
Robinson gave a reason why he
it was
did
something
that.
to where you should just shut up, man, because
He,
you ain't. It didn't sound no better.
Was it
Oh.
Raheem giving a reason, or was it?
No.
Oh, it was Zach.
no, it
It
was
was
Zach.
Zach,
was Zach.
Zach did a press conference. Zach
He
did a
got
press conference.
he answered the question. He said why he did that. I just do not remember what he said.
Well, no reason he could have given would have been
right.
satisfactory.
No, man. Let me see if I can pull it
I'm
up.
just gonna say because and Keely Keely just said something that I used to always say about preseason. I remember when Arthur Smith and them would be in preseason, and they said, "Well, they'd ask him, why you just did this, or why did you just do that?" Well, we don't want to let nobody know what we doing, and we don't, they don't need to know our whole playbook. And I said, now, New England don't care. New England will come out there, show you the entire playbook, and wouldn't care, okay? Because the thing is that if you have a formation and you show somebody this, all you got to do is just change one thing. Instead of that man going in motion from left to right, the man goes in motion from right to left, or stops at the quarterback, turns around, goes the other way. Same formation, different motion. You still don't know what the play is. Okay?
Honestly, we got enough talent where I don't feel like we have to trick anyone. Like, you have enough talent. It's about execution at that point. Like if you got Bijan in your backfield, you have an offensive line that can block. Like it's not even about deception at that point. Like, you have a competent quarterback, you have a unicorn, you have, like, it's about execution. Like, if you're trying to help on TJ Watt, you just can't have your tight end love tapping him just to get out on the route. Like, it's about execution at that point, because you have a talent that you I think this is one of the most talented Falcons teams we've seen since probably 2012, in my opinion. It's just about execution, and that makes it even more damning that we look like that, because this is right. Terry and Raheem, they gave themselves arguably probably the best Falcons roster since 2012, maybe. Like,
On paper.
Yeah.
On paper. And see, that's the crazy part about it. All of this is on paper. I was waiting Sunday for them to show it. Now, you know what my motto is: get it off the paper, put it on the field.
On the field.
And if yes, especially on the defensive side, the people you brought in, Judon, the other offensive lineman, Oroka, all those folks, yeah, on paper. But Aurora, he didn't even get in the game Sunday.
That's so disappointing.
He didn't even get in the game. I mean, everybody raving about how good he is, man, didn't even get in the doggone game.
John, how do you take a guy? Because we had the 8th pick, so this is a lower end first round pick, Roro, however you say his name. How did this guy not play at all in the preseason? I mean, in the first game of the regular season, he's not even dressed out, I don't think.
Yeah. No, you know what? Sorry. I think he has a shoulder injury.
Is that what it was?
I think he has a shoulder injury. I said that, but another thought came to mind. I think he has a shoulder injury. That's why he didn't play.
Okay.
That's why he didn't play. But see, thing is, as it was the last 3 years, that side of the ball came out and gave you every opportunity that you needed to win the game, especially that 4th down stand. Jesus Christ, man. Your people went down there, and they were down in the trenches, And when Landman that jumped across,
Nate Landman, yeah.
Jumped across and made Pitts dig it, put his helmet in the dirt and stopped him. Look, hey, you served it up to the offense on a silver platter. Here you go. Go win the game.
At that point, they had been figured out. They in Pittsburgh, because you think we didn't score, they shut us out the entire second half. We had them 10 points before halftime.
Let me read this the super chat real quick. Let me say thank you to Steve with the check down. Appreciate that very much, bro. Thank you very much for supporting the show. Also, y'all make sure that you are subscribed to the check down here on YouTube. Great Falcons content creator. One of the best when it comes to production. If you in a production, you got to subscribe to the check down. A1 top tier production. He says Kirk Cousins is still showing signs of an Achilles injury at age 36. His ongoing recovery and lack of confidence will be on full display Monday. I'll say this and then I'll turn it to y'all for comment. He definitely hears the chatter about people saying, is he still injured? Is he not injured? Do you think he's going to go out his way to prove to the world who will be watching on Monday Night Football, listen, I'm fine? Like, what do y'all think?
He better.
Yeah.
He better.
Yeah. To the point this even, Tidy, I think our first play going to be a play action.
He better. He better.
If they smart, they better be trying to prove to us, because the Phoenix whispers, they'll start to become louder and louder.
If they were capable of doing that on Monday, then they would have done it Sunday, I believe. Something is going on. I think somebody's lying. That's what
we're gonna find out. If it's mental, we'll find it out if he starts coming out there Monday moving around. And if it ain't, if he's really hurting and he's still moving and he still is limited, we'll find that out too, because this fool think he's gonna try to come back out there and run just a 2-formation set and think that's gonna win the game against the Eagles.
Well, I'll say this. When y'all get a chance, go look at the touchdown pass that he threw to Kyle Pitts. Man, he was moving all around that pocket.
Yeah, he was. And that's what's weird about this whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And my thing is that, man, y'all, the play calling, this past Sunday, you were in the most protected sets you could be in playing. Pistol, away from the line of scrimmage, shotgun, away from the line of scrimmage. The only time he was up under center was on that, what was that? Sweep to
Bijan.
That was the only time he was up at the line of scrimmage. So you protected this man the whole game. Like to Keely's point, you kept this man off the line of scrimmage, and you were holding the freaking ball too long. Because I could make a case where if you had gotten hurt, you did it to yourself. Sitting up there holding the ball too long, staring at the man that you wanted to throw the ball to. Okay? Now, Arthur Smith's offense was like that, except in, various times. Tail end of the year, he started, trying to go deep and having Mariota or Ritter hold the ball 2, 3, 4 seconds, whatever. But all you did this past Sunday was put a bullseye on your back, tell the other opposing defenses, no matter who it is, whether it's a Philadelphia, whether it's a Kansas City, whether it's a New Orleans, Tampa Bay, or Carolina, what to do to you in order to get you. That's all you did. Because that tape's going around. They watched the game too. Okay, those defensive coordinators watched the game too. Now, you come out there, Monday Night Football, you just put another millstone on your neck. You coming out there on Monday Night Football, where there's nobody else watching. And yes, Tidy, I did call the league office and tried to get this game, get somebody else in this slot, because I don't want the Falcons embarrassed Atlanta on Monday night. I did call the league office. Can you find somebody else to play this Monday night game? Because see, we not ready for Monday night.
John, did you get through, or do you have to leave a message? Do you ever get somebody on the phone?
Oh, I get somebody on the phone. I get them on the phone. You know, well, sir,
he don't get the right one.
Well, no, my thing is they will say, well, sir, as you know, these games in the beginning of the season, they're already locked in, they're committed. They can't move those games. Now, you know, you have built-in flex games at the end of the year, but you can't move. I said, well, man, I should have called y'all in August. I should have called y'all way back August or July, because, man, I do not want my city embarrassed, because you know what they're going to do? You know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to show the view from downtown Atlanta. They're gonna show the camera all up in Megatron's butthole up there, that ceiling we got, and show all of that stuff. Oh, this is a beautiful stadium. Oh, this is that. Oh, this is this. All this is that. Except for the football team. You know, that they're gonna break out the blowout material in the second quarter. Or talk about Philadelphia, talk about, you know, that's right, I forgot they playing in Philadelphia. They're going to talk about all the good eating places in Philadelphia. Hey, man, you got a cheesesteak down there on South Street? That's what old Steak Shapiro were talking about today. They didn't even want to talk about the game because, I mean, this has all of the earmarkings of the defense working all day long just to keep us from getting embarrassed on the scoreboard. Your defense, I just have this funny feeling your defense is going to be out there 45 minutes of a 60-minute game. That's just the feeling I got because of the optics that I saw on offense. The optics were horrible.
What did we give up? How many points did we give up to the Steelers?
18.
18. If we gave up 18 to the Steelers, what are we going to give up to the Eagles offense?
15.
No.
I would
say 21 tops.
Okay.
I would say, because see now at the end of the season last year, the Eagles fell way off. Now I don't know what it was, because you remember the beginning of the season, the Eagles were killing folks. But at the end of the season last year, the Eagles fell way off. Now that's no predictor of what they'll do in a new season or whatever. But okay. Now what was their score last week? What was the Eagles score
18.
last week?
The
Eagles.
I think they scored like 27-28.
They had a high scoring game, I think.
Yeah, in Brazil.
It was like 27-24, I think.
Was it? No, they scored 30, I thought.
30? Okay.
34.
31? Was 31?
34?
34-29 on a bad
34-29. Okay. Now, hey.
Well, they're going to score half of that.
And the crazy part about that, they were slipping and sliding around.
That's what I'm saying. Right. That was on a bad field.
They was slipping and sliding around down there in Brazil.
As much confidence I have in our defense, I don't think you could just expect them. Like, it's not Madden. I don't think you could just keep putting them on the field, and expect them to just hold.
Yeah. They need some help now. Offense got to help them out.
Yeah,
and Saquon is the perfect fit for what they do, and all them receiving options they got, man. That's a lot to cover, man. Yeah, man.
Well, we're gonna see Jimmy Lake and Raheem. Y'all about to trying to earn y'all money.
Real quick, y'all. I'm gonna do this week's heads or tails. Everybody on the panel knows the rules. Outside of we got somebody new on the panel who is Tay Six. Tay, you there?
Yes, sir. You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine, my brother. Appreciate you coming up. Real quick, Tay, this is your first time on the panel. This is a weekly game we play on the panel called Heads or Tails. Very quick, what I'm going to do is give you 2 options: person, place, thing, phrase, etc. You pick which one of those 2 would be your preference, and whatever context you want your answer to be based on is ultimately up to you. No explanation, and we move very fast on this. And we start at the very top, which would be with Keely. Sir, are you ready?
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Fall or spring?
Fall.
Fall. So you will be there in about 3 weeks, I think, 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, football season.
All right, Red, you finally got what you've been waiting on. Juice or menace to society?
Menace to society. That was easy.
All right, so menace it is. All right, Tay,
Yes, sir.
The Sopranos or The Wire?
The Wire.
The Wire, Baltimore. All right, we got John. The Four Horsemen or the NWO?
4 Horsemen.
Original 4. All right, Keely, we back up top.
I might get beat up for that, but it's 4 Horsemen.
All right, you got Gary Payton or John Stockton?
Dang. And Gary Payton. I'll take Gary Payton.
GP. All right, Red,
Close.
you got Rod Woodson or Daryl Green?
Rod Woodson, baby. You know, I gotta look out for my light skinned fellas.
All right, Tay. You got, I don't know how old you are, but hopefully you're old enough to answer this. But here we go. Sanford and Son or Good Times?
Man, I'm young, but the only thing I remember is Good Time, so I'm gonna go with Good Time.
We'll take it.
All right, John.
Both are classics.
Get it,
That's what he chose.
cut me a break, bro. I'm only 23. Cut me a break.
Oh yeah, you got to cut him a break.
All right, yeah, okay, I cut you a break.
he probably going on what he's seeing on Instagram, Red.
Yeah.
You see, when he said he's 23, okay, that was it.
Check out Sanford and Son. I'll tell you that.
Dude,
right.
check it out. You can binge it on the few platforms.
All right, John, you got Golden Girls or Cheers?
Cheers. Good
Cheers.
grief, man.
Luck of the draw, John.
John, you almost scared me for a minute.
Man, no, I wasn't. No, look, you had nothing to worry about, Red.
Hey, y'all don't sleep on Golden Girls now.
I
Not over Cheers. Not over Cheers.
Hey, Red, I'm telling you now, they were vicious. Them old women were vicious, man.
All right, Keelan.
Yep.
Doritos, nachos, or Blue Ranch?
The blue bag, Cool Ranch.
Oh, Cool Ranch. My bad. Appreciate it. Cool Ranch. All right, Red. Domino's or Pizza Hut?
Oh boy, I quit Domino's a few months ago, so I'm back to Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm Papa John's, but that one wasn't the choice.
All right, Tay. 3-hour plane ride or 4-hour car ride?
4-hour car ride.
All right, John. Tim Hardaway Sr., basketball player, or Kevin Johnson, former point guard for the Phoenix Suns?
Ooh, man. That's a hard one now.
One of them made the finals, one of them didn't.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the fear they used to striking folk hard, man, when you facing them. Ooh. I say Tim Hardaway.
That's a good
That
choice.
killer crossover. That killer crossover was something else. And
Yeah, he really brought the new era crossover to the game.
yeah, and that run TMC.
Yeah, the UTEP two-step they called it.
Yeah.
All right,
And really
Keelan.
one of the he won the first point guard start knocking threes down consistent.
Yeah, on a consistent basis with that crazy shooting form he had.
Yeah, that was wild.
All right, Keelan, you got Tom Glavine or John Smoltz?
Smoltzy.
Smoltz said. They say he's a damn good golfer too. All right, Red, this should be good for you based on your notorious hobby. I'm sure you'd have probably had to choose between these two. I know I did back in the day, but here we go. Cheerios or Frosted Flakes?
Give me Tony the Tiger. They're great. Frosted Flakes, man.
Filled with nothing but sugar.
Ooh, man. And they were wondering why the kids were just running all over the place all the time.
Right. Non-stop.
Now, see, if you had to say Honey Nut Cheerios, I probably would have had to think about it. But you just said regular Cheerios.
All right, here you go, Tay. I think these shows was out before you were born, but it just be luck of the draw, bro. We don't get them as young as you know them out here. But here we go. Saved by the Bell or Beverly Hills 90210?
Saved by the Bell.
Saved by the Bell.
Good
Zach
choice,
Morris.
now. Good choice. See?
No little something now.
All right, we got John. Tiger Woods or Serena Williams?
Ooh, man.
Don't pay attention to appearances now. Don't pay attention.
Play it safe, John.
There are a lot of distractions in that question. A lot of
safe, John.
I don't know, Keelan.
He know how to know.
Tiger
He went the opposite direction.
Tiger Woods. But like I said, a lot of distractions in that question right there. A lot of distractions. A lot of leg and attributes in there.
That wouldn't be Michael Jackson. Probably would have been you.
All right, Keelan. Denzel Washington or Will Smith?
Denzel.
Mr. Training Day himself.
Yeah.
All right, Red, you got the final question of the night. And this was our era. This was about when we was Tay age right here, so you can answer this one. Britney Spears or Christina Aguilera?
Give me Aguilera. I ain't going for that psycho Britney.
Aguilera.
A genie in a bottle. He want his genie in a bottle.
Episode of Heads or Tail. As always, I want to thank the panel. Appreciate y'all playing with me. And y'all, going back to
for you, Tidy.
Go ahead. I'm all ears. Go ahead.
I got one for you. Keanu Neal or Thomas Deku.
Oh, Keanu Neal. That's too easy.
Yeah.
Deku had all those accidents.
Now the reason why I asked that because I got in a debate with somebody. They was trying to tell me that Thomas Deku was way better than Keanu Neal. Had a way better impact.
Oh hell no. No.
Keanu Neal was in the Super Bowl with us his rookie year. Remember that.
Deku got the most luckiest interceptions I ever seen anybody get on this franchise. He was just in the right place at the right time.
I wanted to slap the mess out of Deku so many times. But he did make a Pro Bowl once. Was it 2012?
12. Yeah. I think Willie
Him
Moe.
And Willie Moe, I think both.
Yeah, Willie Moe went that year too. Also.
They both got in.
It must have just ran out of bodies that year.
I think Deku was a replacement, but
I knew that one.
I think we was probably top 10 in forced turnovers that year. Believe it or not, y'all.
Was that? Hold on. What was the year where Nolan was at DC and they had the amoeba defense where like they would line up out of place and then at the snap all of a sudden run back?
Oh yeah. You know, I liked that old weird ass defense.
That That was 2012.
Around that
Mike
time,
Nolan?
2012.
That was with Mike
Yeah.
Nolan?
Yeah.
No, not 12.
I thought
That
it
was
was
Marquardt.
before.
Whoa.
I
Was
think
that?
that was 12, John.
I'm
I
Googling.
remember Willie Moe used to always line up and back. Look like he'd be a linebacker someplace.
We had Mike Smith, Dirk Culler, Mike Nolan.
You know what? Mike Nolan came in 2012 as our DC. He was
Yeah,
here
Mike.
from 2012 to 2014.
Yeah, that was the year.
I remember because we played
think
against
Debo was not good.
Peyton. We played against Peyton doing that crap.
Well, we
I
had like
remember-
5 picks that game too, right? 4 or 5.
Let me look it up. I remember we did it
Yeah.
against Peyton.
One
You,
game,
like,
I
Willie
remember
Moore
one
be all
game
the
we
way
picked
up.
out Breeze 5 times. I remember one game.
Yeah,
I
that
Matter of
was
remember
fact,
like
Willie Moore got one for sure that game.
yeah,
Willie Moore would
picked
be
Payton
all the
off
way
like
up
4
on.
or 5 times.
Willie Moore would be lined up like a linebacker, then all of a sudden just take off.
Just take out and go take out going back.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
remember that
What was
defense.
that Saints game? Matter of fact, one Saints game, they didn't even score a touchdown. It probably was that 5-pick game.
Yeah, I think that was 2012 also. That
It
was the year that we
it could've
dominated
been-
all the pocket passes and we struggled
it could've
against the
been a
mobile
third-
QBs.
It could have been a Thursday night game.
Antonio got a question for the panel. He says, "Do y'all think Tua should retire?"
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We picked Peyton off 3 times. That was the home opener in 2012.
3 times, okay.
Yeah.
But it's still one time we got them 5. It's still one game we got them 5 times.
I don't know if we ever. I don't think it ain't too many people that got Peyton 5 times.
Not Peyton. I'm talking about Breeze. I'm thinking about Breeze.
That's what I think what about too. I probably think about it was that same year.
You said, you know what? When you said Peyton, I'm thinking of Coach Peyton, Sean Peyton, the coach. But I'm thinking about
that same year because we was at the top of the league in forced turnovers that year.
Well, who you talking about? Peyton Manning?
Yeah,
that's what Keita was talking about.
Oh,
yeah. We played him in Atlanta.
game.
He came here to Atlanta. It was a primetime game. Matter of fact, it was a Monday night game. It was a Monday night game, home opener in 2012, and that's I remember. We did. I remember we were, like I said, that amoeba defense was on display where Willie Moore would be all the way up at the linebacker position and then just take off. And we got I think we tripped Peyton up on all, like 3 times. Well, clearly it was 3 times that game, but
they almost came back that game if I remember right.
It was 27-21 the final score.
Yeah, we had a lead for a while and started creeping back up on us.
Okay, he was still with the Colts then.
Wasn't everybody?
No,
wasn't
he was with the Broncos.
Loudpack said we had 5 picks against Manning.
What?
When?
Well, we had 5 picks against Breeze too. Man, I forgot a game we were whooping up on Payton because we didn't play him that much. So I can't believe I forgot that game.
It won that game.
Well, it's saying here in 2012,
the game we picked out Breeze 5 times was a Thursday
quarter.
game.
Yeah,
he had 3
Thursday night.
The whole game.
You remember that game, Tay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whooping Breeze mine. I was going to say something else, but I can't even say it.
All right, y'all, let me ask y'all this. So this became big news. Deviated a little bit from the Falcons. What y'all think about the whole Shannon Sharp Instagram scenario that played out? Y'all think it was staged? You think it was legit? What's y'all thoughts? Go ahead, Tay. Since you're your first time up, go ahead, Tay. What you think?
Yeah, let the young man say his thoughts.
Me personally, I wouldn't slip up like that. You know, where I got my phone and then you on social media. You know, people they already sit on lives and screen record lives already. You know, if you famous, they watching you, they following you. So, if that was me, I'd be extra careful. I don't know how he did that. It might be staged, I don't know. It's just one of those weird, interesting situations, and it was so random too. Cause like Shannon Sharp, I was just looking at his podcast.
Right.
Yeah, so yeah, I definitely think it was some kind of stage being put in there.
I don't know.
What
That
you
man
think,
almost
Pete?
60. He almost 60, man. Like old people do stuff like that, bro. Like I ain't got no reason to. He said that he could have been like in his phone thinking like he was about to post something to this and that before getting to it, and they rubbing around, going around on the bed, this and that, and I don't know. I just think that, bro, once you get, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just ain't got no
Yeah,
reason
that's
to
that's
not
what I'm
believe
saying.
him.
Like I don't know. Like it's I don't know. Like you said, it could have been, because he is getting old, and could have slipped up. I don't know.
He said so, because I definitely tuned in to the
Yeah,
nightcap.
it was like 300,000 folks on that live
He
stream.
said that he said he has a guy that manages his Instagram, and Buddy went in and ended the live and then posted that he was hacked.
Right.
So I mean that sounds legit because you usually have somebody managing your account, stuff and like that. I wouldn't be surprised if his manager might have made the mistake and went live. I don't know. I don't know. I just because I caught somebody in a lie, then I can't necessarily just outright just call somebody a lie.
Yeah. Red John, what's y'all thoughts?
He was lying. Said he had Julio Jones on the phone.
Hold on, say that again about Julio.
He was lying when he said he had Julio Jones on the phone.
So you don't think that was Julio?
I have no way of knowing. I have no way of knowing.
Hold on, John.
It was a voice on the phone, and he said it was Julio. Now you have the capability. I'm using my phone right now.
But you know
my phone right now.
It's interesting. It's interesting you bring it up, John, because that almost looks like he has a little pattern of doing shenanigans like that now. Since you bring it up.
Well, see, my thing is, all right. When the supposed phone call took place, okay, well, I got Julio on the phone right now. All right, okay, all right. Yeah, some people gonna believe that you had Julio on the phone. I wanted to see Julio picture. Julio, you on the phone? Let me see you. All right. But see that voice on the phone. See, I've rarely heard Julio speak, really. To be honest with you, I rarely hear Julio speaking because there will be times they have interviews after the game, things of that sort, but it would be real rare that I would hear Julio speaking. But with all that was at stake at that particular time, I needed to see him on the phone. Hey, it's Julio. Whatever. Identify yourself. But this particular situation here, now I'm gonna tell y'all, I paid whatever it was that I paid for this iPhone 12 Pro. And this thing has gotten me in more trouble than a little bit because the thing will dial folk that ain't supposed to be calling them, put folk on two-way when they're not supposed to be on two-way. And next thing I know, I'm hanging the phone up thinking I'm only talking to one person, and the other person called me back. Hey man, why you hang up on me? I heard what you said.
So you're making the point. So John, you don't have to give your age, but are you over 50?
I am.
All right. So that's making the case that
I'm 65. I'm 65. I'm just gonna say, because see, now these iPhones I know for a fact, they will dial themselves. I know that for a fact. I've had
you don't have to dial nothing to go on IG Live though.
Hey, Shannon Sharp might be on that same path with you.
Yeah, see, my thing is, the phone has been laying right here on the nightstand or on laying flat on the table. Next thing you know, it's calling somebody. What the heck going on here? So I don't put anything past these phones, Androids, iPhones, whatever. I don't put anything past these phones or these computers too. So and then it may be something that because of the rumors about how Shannon is supposed to be.
That's what some people are saying, John. He's trying to dispel rumors.
He might be dispelling the rumor because there were some people saying that it sounded like a dude.
John, don't do that, John. Don't do that.
I'm serious, Tiny. Somebody said it sounded like a dude.
John, don't do that.
But do you think he
all
would
the
play
evidence out on the table? That's what they said.
But do you think he would endanger his employment to dispel that rumor, though? Like, he does work for the Mickey Mouse Network.
Because
let me answer that, Keely. I'll say this. I'm sure he's paid very well on ESPN, but he's still a part-time employee. And I'm looking at, okay, what did you gain based on what you have lost with ESPN? Okay, you lose that job with ESPN, but Nightcap is on full blast now. You get all these partnerships, you get all these brand deals, and then you got Club Shay Shay that's on full blast. It's almost like
might be getting an OnlyFans deal now.
But it's almost like he would have gained more with this happening than he would have lost with ESPN.
But
I mean,
I'm talking about that but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, do you think he would risk his ESPN job just to dispel the rumor of being gay?
Oh no, not solely that. Not solely that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, and something else.
I think him being on that show, I think he views that as an opportunity to drive more to his other endeavors. Like when he's on First Take, he mentions Shea by LaPortier like 1,000,000 times. He mentions Nightcap 1,000,000 times. He mentions his everything he has to sell. He mentions it 1,000,000 times when he's on First Take. So I think he views it as a revenue driver, the way to drive revenue to his individual business, I think.
Well, he said
also, now he got a commercial for the pills too.
Yeah, and that coincidentally happened right after the whole Instagram.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
Commercial for the pills. He got a commercial for the pills now. So
this might cost him an endorsement.
Pierce.
Not only does he have a
commercial,
complaining. One thing that really just stuck out to me, because like Keely, I was watching the next day when they came back on the very next day, is he just kept promoting the pills by putting them in the camera. It was to me that I know what placement marketing is. That was nothing but placement marketing.
Yeah, see, when you do all that, then it ain't nothing but obvious.
This could have been a stunt. Then is what you're saying.
Cause see, I thought it was the way that this going on. I thought it was Big Job with them blue chews.
Dude, who does this hat, dog? How does this hat? This only happened, dude. There have been rumors coming up. Now, did y'all see that Marlon Wayans interview on Club Shay?
I didn't.
They say Marlon bought up some gay room to him, to his face, and now after that, we get this. I mean, I'm pretty sure he was already hearing the stuff before he interviewed Marlon. But if Marlon bought some stuff up, and now this right here all of a sudden happen, who don't happen to know everybody? Rappers and actors and entertainers and athletes all around.
So let me ask y'all a question. Have y'all heard any gay rumors about Shannon Sharpe prior to him starting Club Shay Shay and Nightcap and all of that? Like prior to, like when he was in the league, I never heard anything like that. When he was on Undisputed, I never heard anything like that. I never heard any rumors until like.
I'm gonna answer that question, Keith. I'm gonna tell you when I first started hearing the rumors is when he had I want to be politically correct when I say this, but when he had a homosexual stylist that he was going to those sports games with, that's when the rumors, when I first started hearing the rumors.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Is that coach over there?
Yes, sir. What's up,
Oh, I
man?
thought I thought I saw some train
You
smoke
don't
over there.
recognize him because he's not in his car.
I thought
Yeah, I
that
got my. I had to finally get my wig done. I didn't even know you guys was live. I didn't get an alert or nothing. So, but let me. Can I chime in on this? I'm one of the ones who don't think it was staged, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I've accidentally, like went on live on Snapchat before. Like if you put your phone on your bed and you know what I'm saying, like you rolling around or whatever, like it's possible to hit buttons and do something like that. Plus,
see,
just
kid,
think,
it ain't for the old folk.
just thinking about like previously, the blueprint for leaking sex tapes and stuff like that has been laid out for years. You know what I mean? Like if this was a publicity stunt, there were a ton of other ways that he could have done this and came out, you know, even better. Like even with because the way it came out, he was possible for losing his ESPN job. Think about Paul Pierce. You know what I mean? Like there have been numerous ways to get your quote unquote S tape leaked that they have a blueprint for. So I really don't think he did it on purpose. I just think, you know what I'm saying? He was thinking about them cheats and you know, just didn't didn't cut his phone off. Me personally,
If
that's what I think.
if he did it on purpose, not like he tell us anyway, because you're right, that would cost him. If you do some Kirk Cousins bullshit, like come on here and admit, yeah, I turned my phone on, I made sure it was on live, and I went to work on that.
But red. If he really wanted to, this is what I'm saying. Like the blueprint is out there. If he really wanted to leak it, quote unquote, he could have went the Kim Kardashian route. Accidentally leaked it to TMZ. You know what I'm saying? Like
I'm saying,
you know,
I mean, I don't know if he
to
did
where
it per se himself. It could be something funny is going on here now. Now, somebody said earlier, maybe his managers or PAs, production assistants, maybe they have access to his password and whatnot. Maybe they could have did something shady or whatnot, and he not known about it. I don't know, but something weird is going on here.
well, they do have access to his information because he said that while he was in them cheeks that his whoever was the first one to say that it was hacked, and they the ones who turned it off because he said he didn't know you know what I
So
mean.
if they turned it off, somebody could have turned it on by
Yeah,
accident or deliberately, and then with
Which is
him
what I
having his
said.
phone that face down, thankfully, oh Lord, thankfully, if this is real, okay, that's why we only heard and didn't see nothing.
right.
now,
Not that we listened.
it's really ironic that just
But
possibly
still,
24 hours prior, you jumping all on Ocho Cinco about him not being professional
Right.
He
because
was
he
late.
was late to a taping, a situation that was out of his control. All
now how
right.
bad was that? Was that like a real bad tongue lashing or just something play?
Oh yeah.
What it
It, it,
was Ocho could have used a car service, but he said he'd rather be amongst the people, so he used I think what it was an Uber instead, and
Being
the
cheap.
Uber, yeah, he was being cheap, and because of that, the Uber did something and he was late, like they broke down or something like that. Whereas he was like, if you would have just used the car service, he was like, dude, you have money, you have a job, like to be professional, just use a car service. I get what he was saying. I don't think he was coming from a place of hate. I think he was coming from a place of love. Like, you want to see your boy like win. Like, come on, bro. Like, we in this thing together. Like, I ain't take it as like he was like crapping on him. He was just like,
no,
bro,
no,
like,
he wasn't crapping on him, but okay, as soon as you give somebody a tongue lashing, and it was the tongue lashing and the message to us. That's what I saw first. What it was, he saying, yeah, a lot of people might have thought I was doing this, whatever, and I knew y'all took advantage of it, but I'm trying to get him to be here and do this and that, and then bring him along or whatever, and I'm going to push him, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. Okay, now, while you pushing somebody else,
you pushing some cheeks.
Yeah, and wasn't no mistaking. Now, see, I don't even know whether that was him or not, but I heard that accent all. You know what I'm
right. All we got is audio.
John, I think that second part, he probably could have just. I don't know if he had to go. I think the second part was overkill at that point. You said what you said on air the first time, and then everything after that, I feel like they should have just handled off air. I didn't feel like you needed to come back and double down on it a little bit. Damn, Ocho is a grown man now. Come on now.
Right, and see that's the thing.
How bad was
it?
But all
all
of this should have been handled off the air, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you.
All of this should have been handled off the air, in my opinion. Because see, the thing is, all right, you guys, y'all got to work with each other. You got to work with each other, and you feed off of each other because you all have a relationship. Okay, you embarrassing this man in public, getting on him, and there's a grown man here. I was always taught in business, praise publicly, criticize privately.
Right.
Okay. Take criticize and do whatever privately. Cause see, I remember how I used to be when folk I'd be in a work area or something of that nature, and somebody gets on the radio and start talking a whole bunch of stuff. What's your 20? We need to doggone interface right quick. Because I know good and damn well you ain't said what you said on this radio where everybody can hear all this. Oh no. I got to come find you. And I say that all on the radio, just to let them know. And by the time I would get to wherever it was I got, it would be about 5 or 6 people just hanging around looking like they ain't concerned about it or whatever. But get out from over here. Me and him. But yeah, you criticize privately. That's why a lot of times, when folk, get into it, in our shows and stuff like that, hey man, I'm not gonna participate in that. Y'all just need to chill out, go to your neutral corner.
If you think about it, John, that's when a lot of these debate shows, that's how they break down from incidences, just like this particular one. I didn't see it, but I heard about it, and that's why I was trying to see, was it something comical or was
you didn't watch that yet, Red? You didn't watch it? You should go watch it.
I ain't watch it. It's still up.
Yeah, it's still up.
I'll probably go check it out. I didn't know it was gonna expand. I didn't know Shannon was gonna have the week that he did. Meaning I didn't know it was gonna expand. At first I thought it was just something comical, and then I heard it was something serious, and you got Ocho, responding back or the next day or something. So
on top of that, didn't he cuss at somebody back in the background or the production team?
Ask them, the production assistants.
Yeah, he damn. I think, well, hey man, you got some pressure on you or something? And this was before the sex tape.
Yeah, this was before he got on Ocho, right?
Yeah, it was before Ocho, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was.
Maybe he need to work some steam off of that shit. If you saying you that,
I will say this: y'all all right. He should have the Ocho part he should have handled off the air, but at the same
Right. They're
time,
gonna be a
but
team because you
but
can't come
but
on and one of us
but at the
chastising somebody on air.
yeah, but at the same time, you got to remember that is his company. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Chad basically works for him because that's his company. Nightcap is part of, I forgot what he called it,
Shay
Shay Shay Media or Sharp Media or whatever what's it called?
Shay Media.
Yeah, Shay Shay Media, which is Club Shay Shay and Nightcap, and I think it's another one too. So I mean, he technically is his boss, but you're right, he could have handled that off the air, but I mean,
If this the first time
you know.
if this the first time it happened, then dude, come on, this the first time it happened.
I don't
you
know.
Is probably if it's a pattern of events, still we going on air live to the public, to the American public. Let's not we gonna come on air as a team, then let's not kill that cohesion. Anything we need to discuss that's probably gonna be a sensitive topic, let's make sure we discuss that before we get on air or after the show.
Yeah.
We get on air,
Back in the day, absolutely, Red. But you know, this is now the time of social media. This is now the time of I need to get clicks. Yeah, I need to get clicks. So stuff that you would normally do really don't apply no more because they trying to keep it real. You know what I mean? Like they trying to,
that's how shows break down stuff like that.
True.
I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna break down, but sometimes that be the start of it because we don't know how Ocho Cinco seemed like a sensitive guy, and Shannon, from where all the shit that he was talking about with Skip for the past year and a half, he seemed like a sensitive guy. But Chad, it seemed like he more about respect. Respect me and I respect you. If you got something to say to me, say it to me. Don't wait till we get on air in front of all these people. Now, I didn't see it, but I would, from what I know about Ocho Cinco, he probably was a little bothered by that. Did he seem a little bothered by
I don't think so. I don't think so because when they did their show about when they came on and did the show about the sex tape, Chad was making a whole bunch of jokes. Like he was joking the whole time. It didn't seem like he really cared because he was like, damn, you was getting on me about professionalism, and then you want to be up in these cheeks, this, that, and the third. And I'm glad it was a Michelle and not a Michael. And like he was just throwing jabs at him the whole, like he was joking about it. So it didn't seem like he cared.
It was a Michelle and not a who?
He said
not a Michael.
Not a Michael.
Hey. Now, let me tell y'all something. In every joke, in every jab,
that's the truth.
There's a kernel of truth.
Absolutely.
And the thing is that might have been his way to throw some of those feelings that he had about when Shannon was saying something to him back on him in a joking way. Now, I'm going to say something else too. How did Shannon Sharp end up solo? Remember the story? The first thing that happened was when Skip Bayless said that Tom Brady was better than him. You remember that?
Yeah.
When they had that big falling out.
When they had that big falling out, he got disrespected on the show. And things deteriorated from there. Now, they still came on the air and had their show. And they were professional when they had the show. But there was an undercurrent of disrespect and an undercurrent of uneasiness where I gotta go.
Nah, that actually wasn't the first domino, John. The first domino is when Shannon refused to come on because was it Richard Sherman? Somebody did or said in it.
Hamlin. It was DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah. He refused to come. He refused to come on the show. That was the first domino, and then and then that Tom Brady thing happened after, and that was it. Once that happened, it was a wrap.
I think it pissed
See,
Skip
that's what
off when he came back the next day and started talking about it. I think Skip was like, if you're not gonna come on the show, don't come back the next day and start trying to throw me up under the bus, because it's still my show, Shannon. And that's what I'm saying. If you're not okay, if you're not gonna show up, don't show up. But when you come back the next day, we moving on. Don't try to have your little moment in the show where, okay, Skip, I decided that I was gonna sit out because you said this. And hold on now, dude. It's Tidy. You ain't gonna let nobody come on here talk. Well, Tidy, the reason I ain't been on the Waffle House for a while because you did. Like, hold on now. This is my show. You still gonna show some respect to me now. And I think Shannon came back the next day. I'm not sure that was before the take your glasses off Brady incident. Was
it was before.
It was before.
It was
okay,
before.
it was before that. Okay, well, okay, to me, Shannon had already stirred the pot by doing this to Skip. So maybe Skip was trying to get a little comeback, a little payback when he hit him with the Brady shot. I don't know. But to me,
the argument, it was a comparison, and the argument the discussion turned into an argument. It got heated. And, and just like you said, Red, there have been many shows that have just fallen apart due to situations that have taken place, unsolved beefs that people thought that they could get past, but keep thinking about it, all that kind of stuff.
William, I think that's you. I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, good. I'm listening.
Yeah. Mute your mic.
That's how Stephen A. and Max broke down, because Stephen A. was taking shots about Max. Oh, he was taking shots at Max on live on First Take.
Yeah, I know.
He didn't respect Max, and I don't think
that's what I heard.
I don't think Skip respected Shannon. I think Skip thought that the show was as big as it was. I think Skip thought it was as big as it was because of him. You know what I'm saying? And not because of Shannon. So
wait, fellas. At the bottom, I know you said you're good, but what he was trying to say is you have an echo coming through yours.
Yeah, because it's coming through your speakers in your car.
Yeah.
So
okay,
I told when I get to the crib, I'm like 2 minutes away.
Okay.
Come back.
All right, cool.
Who is that, William?
Yeah.
Driving that, that's why you in the back cave, man.
Yeah, and oh man, there was another show.
It's like they don't have so many debate shows on Broke Down.
It was
got the
like
ego.
Live Stews. The two Live Stews used to be on First Take. When it first started, it was the two Live Stews and Skip. And man, they went at it was something that Skip had said, and Skip does have the potential of rubbing you the wrong way. Okay. And he rubbed a whole bunch of folk the wrong way.
Skip is a natural a-hole. He's a natural a-hole. You gotta know how to handle people like that. He's just a natural a-hole.
I think it's a lot of those things. I think it's a lot of them like that in media now. And I think the rise of these debate shows and the rise of a lot of folks becoming a celebrity has created these egos. And
there are a lot of people trying to follow the blueprint of a Skip Bayless.
Right. Like, everybody want to be big, but everybody don't have the personality.
Specifically, what's his name that was on Speak for Yourself? What's the guy named? Ocho?
Marcellus?
No, the
Acho.
Yeah.
Who?
Man, his smiling ass brother. Oh, I got so tired.
Who? Wait a minute. Repeat that. Who was that now?
Emmanuel Acho.
And
his brother with the big smile.
Camacho?
Acho. Emmanuel Acho.
Acho. Oh no. Well, see,
you remember the show him and Marcellus Wiley had?
Okay. Come on in the afternoon around about 2 o'clock. About 2:30.
He has a show with with Joy Taylor. Well, he had a show with Joy Taylor, Shady McCoy.
Okay, yeah. I rarely would see that. I think I was working during that time, and
and he's kind of taking that Skip Bayless role, and you'll see him on Twitter saying a lot of controversial things just to generate content. And he's came back and said, "Yeah, I just said that because it got me an additional so and so amount of impressions."
Yeah. I've seen that dude before.
And Keely, that's what Marcellus Wallace said about him too on his show, on his YouTube show. He said that's the type of he was.
Yeah,
Wale got a great YouTube show, and he be breaking down all this dirt that be happening behind the scenes.
Yeah,
that's like pardon the interruption as well. That one broke down.
Like that one years.
Yeah, that broke down because what's the fat boy name that Stephen A. Smith beef with?
Whitlock.
Yeah, Jason Whitlock.
Yeah. But
he was on
okay, now pardon the interruption. That's
wasn't he? I believe he was on there, right?
It's Tony Kornheiser and
Michael
Wilborn.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's a
all right. Well, I'm getting them two confused because they both the same size.
They've been rocking for some years.
Oh yeah, I think pardon the interruption.
He don't lost a little weight now, Coach.
Yeah. Wilborn.
Yeah, I mean they look the same though. Seriously.
I know what you're talking about, Coach. I just can't think of the name of the show.
Coach talking about, Whitlock used to be on Speak before another show. Whitlock started Speak. And
I thought they called it something else though.
It was Speak with Jason Whitlock, and they took the show from him once the beef with everybody on there.
Yeah, he had a lot of.
Yeah, he was on a panel show. I remember that.
That was it.
Oh.
Speak.
Okay.
He has a habit of triggering everybody he works with. Like he literally triggers everybody he works with. Like
him and Chris Broussard almost came to blows one day. I know for a fact.
Yeah, he does. I don't get it. He triggers literally everybody that's working.
Everybody.
Yeah, they're like, I can't stand them.
He like to play the role of the contrarian. He
like the television slim Keely.
I think I think he has emotional issues. I think he because just seeing certain interviews, and I remember Jamel Hill kind of speaking on him and stuff like that. I think he has some internal issues.
Yeah, he has that. He has that. Why don't nobody like me? He has that. Why don't nobody like me? Those type of guys. Don't nobody like me, so I'm gonna be.
Remember, was it in Incredibles where the kid that got picked on turned into a super villain?
Yeah,
that's him. I think his name. It was the second Incredible where the kid that got picked on became a super villain.
Oh, that was the first one.
Okay, well that's who he is.
The second one was that girl, a lady.
That's his spirit. That's his spirit animal.
For sure.
I ain't supposed to know nothing about that, but
now let's be real, John, Tidy, Keely. I'm not sure I'm in the movies you watch, but fellas, come on, especially Tidy. I know you watch a lot of 80s shit. Wasn't that most villains though? Always the little motherfucker that get picked off, and then he grow up to be the super villain, or always the arch enemy, and you always had a flashback. He be the one in the corner getting picked off. So he be like, oh, okay, that's him.
Red, that is a message about a lot of the situations going on with these school situations, because see, you got a lot of folk that were picked on, whatever. When these school shootings started, just about every last one of them was folk that were outcast, that were quote unquote nerdy, that got picked on, that sought revenge by doing crazy stuff like that.
No, I think that's just a product of being soft. Cause we all, every last one of us in here are of certain age and know we used to snap on each other in high school. Like, let you come to school with some with some leaning Air Force Ones on. We gonna drone you about the building. Like that's just a product of being soft, John.
I do
No,
think it.
hey,
No,
not
I think it
with
does have
us,
ripple effects though.
with us of a certain melanin count.
I think it's just the way in which
Yeah.
we managed it is different because so the other day when me and what's the name got into it, um uh what's the name? Wallace was like, "Man, you got a temper." And I was like, "Yeah, it comes from when I was a kid. Like when you walk into a public school with some Payless XJ900 shoes on and
You gonna get thrown out the building. You
and
gotta
you're
come
gonna
talk.
and you're gonna become real confrontational
Yeah.
because you're gonna laugh the first time, but we're not gonna laugh the entire year. So you become a very confrontational person. So it does, like I can speak for myself. It does, like it does have a ripple effect. Now, other kids may want to shoot up a school. I wanted to fight everybody. That was the difference. For me, it's just the way in which we managed to handle it. I wanted to fight. These
Damn,
kids
Keely.
want to, I mean, but it's true. It's true.
you gotta
So,
you gotta learn to snap back, man. That's what we used
no,
to, bruh. Whoo.
no, you can snap, but I don't. So when I was a kid, I didn't feel like joning every day. So
Yeah,
the way
true.
we
Yeah,
were
I know
gonna
what I'm
do it
finna say.
was
Keelan don't seem like Keelan ain't gonna be talking, man. Keelan ain't gonna be
no.
like, say another
We
word, nigga.
gonna
I'm about to
we
bust
gonna
you
we're
upside
going
your
to
head.
laugh. We're gonna laugh about my Payless shoes on day one. However, on day two, the jokes are gonna run out.
Time to move on.
It's time to move on. And if you want to
Yeah.
keep on joking, and when kids figured out that I was willing to fight the whole classroom, then people just left me alone. And that's
See,
how it went.
But again,
I
but
was
again,
They
but
see that,
again,
yeah, they gonna
I
leave.
was
Oh,
again,
for
ready to
sure.
just
that
like
you
goddamn
could have
day
you
one.
could have been soft. You could what I'm saying is you could have been soft and took it the route of some extreme stuff, but you
And that's what I'm
didn't.
saying. No, that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying. I think that's the difference in how we managed it. I think because the thought of guns for me was absurd. It was we fought.
yeah,
Like that's
exactly.
how we resolve things, and we just fought. So I
But
mean,
John is also right. John is also right. Look at the people who do it. Don't none of them look like us. They slightly resemble red, a shade or two lighter than red, but for the most part, they don't look like us.
so I used to work with kids, and I'll just say that some of them got some really. I'm not saying we didn't have bad circumstances, but even with the recent situation, like his mom is a meth head, his dad highest level of education was 11th grade. Like they how they had to transfer school system to go to another one. That's why the thing didn't the situation where they got interviewed for making the threat in one. He switched counties, so that's why I
Mm.
did it. So
You talking
like
about
it
the
just
latest guy, the latest
yeah
kid?
yeah
Okay.
Yeah.
up there.
Yeah, but
So
then again, Keely, I must say, all of us here are. I would assume every last person in here is at least 35 years old or close to 35. So everybody in
Outside
here
of Tay,
everybody in here is at least a child of the 80s, and we all know what happened in the 80s. You know, my people were on those white rocks as well, so you can't really use that excuse.
okay.
I done served, back in the day, my own people. So we can't let them use that excuse, because
Yeah, I get
you
it.
know
It's
the
just that
80s, in the 80s was a whole different animal. So
I couldn't imagine having a mom that was a crackhead. So I guess that I probably would have been
I,
jacked up too.
and I'm gonna say this too, Keely, because luckily, I didn't grow up with a mother that was addicted to drugs. But I will say this: I got a lot of homeboys, close friends, family members. I came up in the '80s, crack era, who did have them, and they they endured a lot. I thank God I didn't endure that as a child. But if you had a parent, a mom like that, especially single family household. It was a lot. It was a lot to live through as a kid.
But yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I would imagine that would be enough to break a kid like that.
Yep.
Like me, I can't say that. Like I was willing to fight, for anybody laughing at my shoes. But a kid like that who got that, the family is, not necessarily the richest of the in the neighborhood, and your mom got drug problems and this and that. I can see how that would break a kid. I understand that we might have been built a little tougher, but I mean, we did also live in a social media era, so
we didn't. Yeah,
I was just gonna say that, bro.
But
we didn't have to deal with everything. Cause like now, like Keely, you speaking of fight, like you could go fight somebody for talking about your shoes, win or lose. It was probably gonna be over the next day. But now that shit be online for years. You know what I'm saying?
Because kids today they don't know how to fight.
Or
they
if it ain't on live,
don't shoot
might go
somebody.
get another weapon. And like I say, because it's supposed to be over with.
I understand where Keely coming from because I grew up with a mother and a father crackheads, both of them, and my shoes was so fucked up that was throwing her game time. So I used to fight every day.
That turned you into the evil bully you were at Avondale High School.
Every day.
Well, hey, look, y'all not gonna keep talking about Payless because I know Potty at least close to my age, and at one point the hottest pair of shoes you can buy came from Payless, and that was LA Gears.
Stop.
That was the LA Gears. So
Payless was never in, bro. I'm sorry. You were getting fried. Like
bro, about them LA Gears and British Knights, bro.
Why you telling folks you got them from Payless? You supposed to be like, man, I got these things.
Let me find out where you
got them from. Where you got them from? You got the British Knights and the LA and what was it? LA Gears. Yeah, the British Knights and the LA Gears came from Payless, and everybody was rocking them.
Man, you can get them things from Champ in South DeKalb.
No, I ain't talking about the LA Gears that had the lights in them, bro. I'm talking about before the lights came. LA Gears had some dope.
You got to learn how to lie, man. You be like, I got these things. None of your business. Where I got these things from.
Everybody know where you got them from. If you had on British Knights, everybody knew where they came from.
So you couldn't lie because at Payless they had the shoes that mimic real ones. So like you had the Jordan 3s, and then you had the Payless shoes that were
that was after though. That was after. I'm talking about the BK. The BKs, bro, was at that point like 85, 86. The BKs was one of the hottest shoes you can have.
Bro, I was in a single
I had some British Knights, and I got them out the
every day.
My auntie and my uncle were so poor, they used to put one shoe on Larry and get that one out. And
I'll let you do that shit, Ron.
Look, I'm dead serious.
Man, not finna spit on no shoe like that, Ron.
For real, you don't want to make that stupid ass joke.
Damn, bro, trying to kill me over here.
My
trying
family,
to kill me, bro.
My auntie and my uncle were so poor we could not afford no name brand shoes. We could not afford nothing.
Shit.
Look, we all know y'all probably went without a few things, man. But the way you describing this shit, man, you trying to have us laugh our ass off.
No, shit. I used to be just like Keely. Used to fight every day because people were talking about my shoes and my clothes.
And what type of shoes did you have?
Payless.
Well, you bought it up. Yeah.
The specific model that you could get me real was the XJ900.
Oh, Lord.
XJ900.
Y'all named the worst.
I don't even know what that is.
No.
I trust me, I remember them like they were yesterday with XJ900. The sole used to wear out so quick, bro.
Yes. Your
Yeah,
feet
because
be
you
like
playing
this.
basketball in them when you leave school, man. You got to put on your other shoes when you leave.
What
But
else
Hey,
I'm
you
supposed
ain't
to
got
wear?
no other shoes.
hey,
Look
Tidy,
like
you
you
Tidy,
Oh
you
yeah,
remember
that's
them
right.
BKs
That's
though?
right,
Put
Rod.
on
My bad.
other
My
shoes.
I
bad.
do.
My bad, Rod. You right.
I remember
Put
them
on
Bobos
other
too.
shoes.
He said other shoes, John.
Right.
I'm
Man,
saying you
You
can't
y'all
act
not
like that.
had
man,
Like,
no
come
other
on.
look,
shoes.
what I'm saying.
Look, now I'm older than all of y'all. And see, the thing is, when I was going to school, now I was too small to fight anybody. Everybody was bigger than me. Everybody was bigger than me. And we were po too. We were
Welcome
po
to the
too.
club.
And you know, y'all had Payless. We didn't have no Payless.
Oh
We
my
were
God.
getting our shoes and stuff from Sears and Roebuck, or either
Mac Mahoney
Western
shoes
Auto,
on Headley Drive.
or one of them hardware stores where they had a big bin and they had shoes in the bin. Now,
You getting your sneakers from Home Depot?
there
No,
was no Home Depot.
no. Yeah, what? Hold on, John.
There
John,
was
how
no,
long?
like I said, you had hardware stores, and you
John,
had
were you?
He didn't say,
you had
God,
Zare.
used to watch around with bricks on.
That's right.
John,
You look, you had Zare, you had what else was it?
Oh, shit.
Woolco and Woolworth, stuff like that. You
John, you
buy some
remember
shoes,
Mac?
I
and
You
remember
look,
remember
that.
Mac Mahoney shoes on Headland Drive?
yeah, I remember that. I remember when they
Okay,
built the place.
right.
But like I was saying, I was too small to fight. And you know, shoot, I was itty bitty little joker. But Jonan, oh man, I used to make them so mad and they would chase me all the way home till I could sick the dog on them when they would try to get in the yard.
Boy, we used to if you know, I'm from DC and that was our thing. If you couldn't Joan, you might as well not even come to school because you gonna get fried. You
Yeah,
gonna
See,
get fried.
I
Like
I
it
used
had to
didn't
work.
matter. It
I had to
didn't
work
matter who you
hard.
was. That's
yeah.
all we did was Joan all day long in school. All day.
That was a prerequisite. Matter
I,
of fact, that was a class. You had to doggone pass that to get out of
For
elementary school.
sure. For
Tidy,
sure.
Oh
take the last
God.
comment.
Subway.
Yeah. So who
Subway.
the hell did that?
Travis Henry.
can't play.
Subway eat fresh.
Yeah, Subway eat fresh.
Do y'all think Travis Henry can play both sides of the
I
ball?
think he can. I don't think he
Who is?
should.
Hold on, but first of all, who is Travis Henry?
Yeah, who is that?
I think they
I know
mean
who he's I know who he's talking about, but his name ain't Travis
It
Henry.
didn't even catch me till you said that.
That
Travis Hunter.
the wide receiver / corner at Colorado.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hunter.
Right. To me, I think he should play corner. To me, I think his body is too small for a wide receiver. To me, in my opinion.
I
He ain't no
agree.
little guy, but he
Champ,
tall.
Champ Bailey. Champ
He-
Bailey did the same thing at Georgia. And when he
But
got
Champ
to the
Bailey, Champ Bailey already spoke on it.
what do you say?
What Champ say?
I'll send you the interview. Champ Bailey spoke with is it Dominique Foxworth? I think Dominique Foxworth.
The dude with the big ass head. He got a big little body, big head.
You're not right.
That's
You
Dominique
know,
Foxworth.
he used to play with us, coach.
Hey, he still got a little body, big head. Like that, his head is huge. Like he had
Oh shit,
he
man.
remind me of what's the black activist that lost all that weight, Al Sharpton. Yeah, he got a head like Al Sharpton.
You said he looked like the dude off of Beetlejuice.
Yeah, but in reverse. But in reverse.
That nigga had a little hair, bro.
Yeah, he had a little head.
Oh shit,
I think that's it. Hold on.
Hmm.
I feel like it was like an hour-long interview, but
And I don't know if I don't know if you touched on it already or not, Tidy, but did y'all talk about that what you posted? That question that Kirk was talking about being in the pistol. Did y'all
Zach
speak on that?
Robinson?
Huh?
With Zach Robinson, like why he do that stance? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, when you posted on your page when he was talking about, you know, that's what he did and like 2013. I forgot what years he said, but he was like, when he was, squaring the pistol. The whole time he was talking, I was thinking to myself, what the does that have to do with now, dude? Like, I don't care what you did in 2013. Like, that it ain't gonna work now.
Yeah,
but yeah, you just posted it.
They were trying to defend themselves from that firestorm Sunday, after watching that mess Sunday, and man,
well, we better not see any more of it, because if we do,
I agree with you, Red. Not me paying y'all that much doggone money for that performance and that execution and the way that looked. Because if you had heard this game on the radio, you wouldn't be upset as you seeing this actually. Okay, I mean, to see that and to see how inept you look like you didn't even belong on the field with the other team. That's
Man,
what you look like.
Greg Olson was turned. He was turned the OC a new. You know what? He was like, I don't understand what he's doing. Like, this makes no sense. Like, he was going in on the OC.
Yeah, right. I mean,
just straight embarrassment. That's all it was, just straight embarrassment.
Yeah. It was just embarrassing for all of this 6 months off from football for you all to come back out very first game with all of this promise, with all of the accolades, people starting to talk well about you.
What, John? I was so excited, bro. I was so excited. Like, oh my God, I was so excited.
I think what was, Coach.
Coach couldn't sleep. He was so excited.
I couldn't sleep. I could not wait.
So last Wednesday,
I was trying to give him a list of movies to watch.
So last Wednesday, Bo brought up a good point, Coach. He was like, Raheem really kind of set the expectation that this was going to be different. Like,
I felt it. I really felt it too.
He did.
Yeah, and it was more so he was, the way he was saying it was that Raheem sold us a bad set of goods, basically.
Yeah, he sold us a dream.
Yeah, so you can't come out there and sell us that like this is gonna be different, and then that be the output. Like that output looked worse than what Arthur Smith could have pulled out of his head.
And that's the same thing. It made it look like we regressed with coaching staff, and we got beat by the guy we fired.
You got beat by the man you fired.
I mean, not really. It literally was one player. That's my whole thing. Like, how do you not at any point do any type of adjustments?
I don't understand that look bad.
But we made it look bad, Coach. We could have got by. Why? It was offense was pathetic, man.
But here's what made it look bad, Coach, because when people were taking like all this on Caleb, I'm like, this isn't the first time Caleb squared up with TJ. And when Arthur Smith was calling the plays, TJ literally only had one pressure in that 2022 game.
Yeah, because this was my point on Sunday
with Mariota. He did that with Mariota at quarterback.
This was my point on Sunday. The reason why that he didn't have no success, the reason why TJ had all the success is you kept Kirk Cousins in a shotgun. So TJ knows you're not gonna do really no play actions. You either gonna hand the ball off or you're gonna throw. So he gonna pin his ears back and blow through the hole he don't have to worry about a pitch to the outside. You know what I'm saying? He don't have to worry about none of that.
That's an indictment on the play calling, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so Arthur Smith is a better play caller.
Arthur Smith know our weakness.
I don't even think of that. I just think
it
was just terrible OC play calling. And so is it because he believes they're protecting Kirk, or is the OC just that bad? I don't think anybody that has been employed by the NFL on the offensive side of the ball that long is that bad of a play call.
Right.
So that's why I felt like he had to be trying to protect Kirk. because
Yeah,
I just do not
I
believe.
think that was part of it. I think that was part of it.
I don't believe you spent that much time in McVay's system and then come out and pitch a game like that. That just doesn't make sense.
Remember, McVay was the top dude. Our OC didn't never call all the plays.
Run. Here's what I'm saying, Run. If me and you work for McVay for 4 or 5 years or whatever time that Zach was over there,
You're gonna learn some shit.
I promise when it's our first time to call a game, it doesn't look like that. I promise. You're not fit to sit there and go work for Kyle Shanahan for 4 or 5 years, and then in your first game, it looks like that.
You call some shit like
that. I think some of it. I think some of it was handcuffing. I think some of it they were handcuffing Kirk.
Well, who was the Peyton Manning OC at the time? He with the Jets now. Nagy. Is that him, Nagy?
Matt Nagy?
Yeah, he trash, and he been in the NFL forever. So the same thing.
But no, we're saying who is Matt Nagy under as in terms of as an OC?
Who was the head coach?
Who was the OC ahead of him?
What?
Yeah, that's going back too far. I don't remember.
That's what I'm saying.
What?
Like we're talking about play callers that are literally the best in the league, and Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. Like they're not average play callers.
Right.
So I'm not saying like if you're learning from like if you think and I don't believe it, if you think Arthur Smith is a terrible play caller, right? But somebody who came up under him and you think he's a bad play caller, then that would explain why you suck. Possibly. Right. But you're talking about you're up under two of like Kyle Shanahan, one of the best OCs in years.
Yeah.
Sean McVay, he's one of the best OCs that play callers we've seen in years. And matter of fact, he comes from the Shanahan tree, technically.
Yeah. And now, and that's something else too I wanted to touch on. See, these guru genius offensive coordinators, they have designed their own systems. They know their own systems because they might have because see, really, the West Coast offense is the most prolific offense in the NFL. More teams run the West Coast than any other system.
John, real quick, because I can find it, Nagy was under Andy Reid, but go ahead.
Okay, see, that's another West Coast person. So, you got this Earhart Perkins system, you got the Air Coryell system, you got the West Coast offense, and it's one more. And everybody has taken this West Coast offense, the basic tenets, basic concepts, blocking schemes, terminology, and you have adapted it so you know it. And to Keely's point, okay, if you've been studying at the feet of the master, you're supposed to have picked up something. At least not to be looking as vanilla. I said, man, this vanilla ice cream here, this some of that old cheap vanilla ice cream that separate when it gets hot. You got jelly on one side and you got whipped cream on the other side. I mean,
I don't even think McVay want to be associated with. He saw
Sunday is quite possibly the absolute worst I think I've ever seen our offense look.
It is.
In my history of being a Falcons fan.
Worst play calling I ever seen, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just so predictable, and then when
Raheem approved that, right? So Raheem was like, yeah, this gonna get him. Like Raheem approved that.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you the first half, TJ didn't do TJ wasn't going off the first half because I guess they were like,
he had Charlie Warner out there.
Right. But then when they came back after halftime, they like, okay, they're staying in this offense. TJ, they probably just said, TJ, go get him. And that's exactly what he did.
Now, the difference, like I said earlier, because Coach, you came in a little bit late. your quarterback was holding the ball too doggone long too.
No, not gonna do that, John. He had about 2
yes,
seconds.
we are.
He had about 2 seconds.
Now, coach, hold up before you get started and run off the road somewhere, and I have to go pull you out the ditch.
No, I ain't gonna do that one.
Hold up, coach. Go back and watch the game from 2022. Watch the game from 2022 when Arthur Smith was coaching them. Mariota was getting rid of the ball just like this here. He was getting rid of the ball. They were running at TJ Watt. They didn't give him a chance to breathe. McGarry looked way different in that game than he did this Sunday.
Again, John, they were going from under center. They don't see the problem.
No, they were going from the pistol too.
Yeah, I'm sure. What I'm saying is, he had to respect the fact that they could do a sweep around him. He had to respect the fact that they could do a play action. He had to respect it because they were under center and they were doing pistol. Like it was a mix.
He hit him with a couple RPOs too. He hit him with the RPO a couple times too.
Sunday, it was nothing. He was standing in the backfield as a statue, as a defensive player. That's what you want. You love to see that because you're not going to. The chances of them doing a pitch around you are slim to none. The chances of them doing a play action, okay, yeah, you can do that, but you can see that because he's so far back, so you can see that he ain't handing him the ball off. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're under center, there's things you have to respect.
I understand what you're saying, but the thing is that okay, this being game one, now to your credit and to everybody's credit, the first half they weren't coming after him like they did the second half because they saw okay, they're gonna stay in this crazy formation all the time. They're gonna run out of this formation, they're gonna pass out of that one. So we gonna come after him. Now, thing is that Kirk Cousins was taking his time trying to find receivers, all right, instead of getting rid of the ball in whatever formation he was in. All right. Now, to your point, it was vanilla as hell. It was vanilla. It was a horrible game plan. And now, Keely, you asking the question, did Raheem approve this? Yeah, he the head coach. I mean, look, it's on you too. That's your offensive coordinator that you went and got. And you remember I was saying, man, shoot, LA might not be able to do nothing because we don't strip everybody from LA. And I look at LA and Detroit right after the Falcons game. That was a hell of a game.
Yeah, if I'm off the blank, man, I know he didn't do it, but I know we all know he didn't do it. But if I'm off the blank, I'm on that field already. I'm going straight to Raheem Morris. If I ever see something like this again, dude, you out of here. I don't care if it's 1 game, 2 games. If I ever see this again, you fired straight up. Like there's no way you put that out there. That's crazy.
The reason it's so bad is because that did not look like something. This is professional football. And that did not look like the work of a professional. And I get Raheem isn't calling plays. However, they have discussions prior to the game about how we're going to attack the Steelers. Like they have a strategy. They have a plan. It's up for Zach to call the plays, but they have a strategy and a plan. And it's like, if this was y'all plan, then bro, you should not be coaching. Like I see why you ran out of tempo. Like if this
now you just brought up something, Keely. Or could
my God.
And I'm gonna say this.
Why we didn't give him the job the first time? That's what it screams to me.
And I'm gonna say this, and I mean it with all sincerity. Could it have been arrogance to try to make it work?
I put it like this. If this is who we skipped over the 6-time champion, Super Bowl champion for, bro, that is embarrassing. That is embarrassing. Like, you cannot look that. bro, we chose Raheem over a 6-time Super Bowl champion.
Who we didn't like. I mean, I'm saying we, but of course none of us is in there. But who the Falcons didn't like the first time. That's what is it's just so mind-boggling. We didn't like him enough to hire him the first time when he was the interim coach. We let him go, hire Arthur Smith, and let and don't hire Bill Belichick. And this is what he put on the field. Like, bro, I was so hurt, so disappointed because I was legitimately extremely excited. I'm like, oh yes, football's back. My Falcons about to go out there and blow it up. And oh my God.
It's very plausible we could start on 3. Matter of fact,
excited.
It's very plausible we could start 0-3. Matter of fact, I predicted us to start 0-3. But once he signed Judon and Simmons, my opinion changed. I was like, hey, it ain't finna be no 0-3 now. But
okay,
here's the thing about it. No, but no.
Didn't 2006 we start like that? I mean, 2016 we started off pretty bad too, didn't we?
No,
we didn't start no 0-nothing.
Just 0-1.
No, we lost the first game to Tampa 16.
And
we
that
didn't
was
start
on the
no
road.
0-4 or no 0-3. We didn't do that.
That was on the road.
That was a close game, wasn't it?
But
Yeah,
here's
it was
my
close
thing
game.
though, bro. I
We can finally hear your ass.
I fully expect us to this year. I hate to be the pessimist on it, and everybody get mad at me for saying this. I do expect us to start 0-3. However, if we get to that 4th game against the Saints and we do not win that game, it's going to be embarrassing. Like embarrassing.
It's
like
over. We start 0-4. It's over.
Yeah, that's it.
The fact that we
got fired
pushed Belichick away to start 0-4, bro. Come on, that's embarrassing.
And I can say this: I bet you Bill Belichick wouldn't go for none of that. Saying T.J. Watt and Cameron
And you know what's gonna happen? And you know what's gonna happen? Arthur Blank will go to all his talking heads and probably lay them out because he wanted Bill Belichick. They was the ones who didn't want Bill Belichick. So he probably gonna go to him and cuss him out. But if I was him, I would go to Raheem. Like I said, I would have went to him while I was on the field. If I ever see some shit like this again, dude, I'm walking you straight out the door.
Hey, Coach.
There's no way. There's no way you put this on the field.
Hey, Coach, I was with you that one time Friday when you was like Bill Belichick coming over here. Remember when he was on the yacht and all that with Arthur Blank?
Yeah.
I was agreeing with you. I was like, yeah, man, that man coming over here. They turn around, they hire Raheem Morris.
Yeah, well, I mean, Arthur Blank said that he wanted him, but it was a hiring by committee, and the committee chose Raheem Morris.
Coach, you should have heard the video we watched before you came on here. That was by Michael Lombardi.
What did he say?
He talked about all this stuff. He lit our ass up.
But not hiring Belichick.
And and if he start 0-4, we can't say nothing about him though. Like,
yeah,
like
I remember coming in this Waffle House, and everybody was talking about it. Well, you know, there were some people that were saying hire Belichick, but man,
I was one of them. I was one of them.
I was one of them.
And
I was one of them too.
Bro, I'm not gonna turn away 6 rings, bro.
No, especially for somebody we spinning the block on. A lot of people forget he was already here. He was the interim head coach. We should have hired him then, but clearly it had to be something that they seen that we go and hire Arthur Smith over him and then come back and hire him. Like that just to me that has always been wrong anyway. In my opinion, I've never liked that.
Well, the situation at that time, if I'm not mistaken, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, they said, or I was hearing that they wanted to remove all vestiges of the 2016 Super Bowl people, wipe them completely out. And Arthur Smith was the hot commodity at the time. Okay. And it was a search committee that went out and hired him. All right. Now, back to Bill Belichick. Now, There was somebody that said, "Oh, he hadn't got a job since he left New England." Well, San Francisco offered him a job, and he turned them down.
Yeah, he wanted to come here.
Yeah, no. This was after.
Oh, after.
This was after. Kyle Shanahan told him he could have whatever job he wanted. He said nope. He said nope. So I guess he was gonna be in the booth and just stay out of football this year.
I think he probably had a short list. I think he probably had a short list of places that he wanted to go to.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But what see the thing is, the man can call his shot because, like I said, this is the best qualified out of work candidate that has ever applied for a job in the National Football League. Ain't nobody been this qualified.
Yeah, like somebody like him, he's not going to Carolina or somebody. He's gonna pick his shot.
No, man, look, that man casts a long shadow. And one thing that I can say, and I've said it before, and I just say it again, I'm glad he came through here because the foundations got shook here. Foundations got shook. It wasn't no more business as usual. That old embarrassing press conference that we had when they fired Arthur Smith, along with him being here, man. And the crazy part about it, that's the crazy part about it. Everybody was asking where Terry at. I want to see y'all. Where Terry at? Where Terry? He's supposed to be general manager, but Terry in Arthur Blank. And we got to blame Arthur Blank to a certain extent about this. These crazy management structures that he's had in the front office ain't done nobody no good. 7 general managers at 1 year. Then go ahead, Coach. Go ahead, Coach.
And speaking of Terry, Terry has to be hot because Terry went out, and this is one of the rare instances where I absolutely am not like blaming Terry per se, because yes, he did get Kurt, and Kurt did lay an egg. But again, I don't think it was so much Kurt's fault. I think it was more coaching fault. But if I'm Terry, I'm like, dude, I'm on the hot seat, bro. Like, what are you doing? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can lose my job, and you out here bullshit.
But that was a big gamble, though. I mean, in hindsight,
it was.
Like you go all in on a 36-year-old.
But at the time, he was the best option available before we were able to luck up and get Michael Penix Jr.
Well, also you remember we were thinking about getting Fields, but the Bears had the price so high that we didn't want to do it. And you can't blame the Falcons for not pulling the trigger on Fields at the price they were asking for. The price only dropped
once we backed out. It dropped when we backed out. That's when the price dropped.
That's right.
Once we backed out, they realized. Once we backed out, they realized they wasn't gonna get what they were asking for.
All right, can you do me a favor real quick? Can we get when are you gonna do your prediction for Monday?
The Monday night game. We can do it now.
All right, that's what I was gonna ask, if I can get y'all predictions for Monday. I just want to see if I'm the only one being crazy.
I can't even answer that, dog, because I was so fucking excited. Like,
you gotta pay somebody, Coach.
Coach, you're a perfect example of what I was talking about. See, you just tore down the whole fort. I mean, Falcons, y'all just tore the whole fort down. You had folks you sold out your dome, man. You got people that's gonna be in debt until July of 2028 because y'all had everybody so pumped up to go down there and see these bums, and y'all do this on your first home game,
bro. I feel like I paid for what which I didn't. I don't have season tickets, so I didn't pay for anything. But just this analogy, I feel like I paid for a pound that good and got a pound of oregano. Like I'm pissed. Like you sold me some fake shit. Like what is going on?
Let me just add this content. The thing that's frustrating about that situation is that over the past couple of years, week 1 is usually the most packed game, and over the weeks it just kind of gets less and less as we just lose. So like week 1 is the game in which is the most sold out game, unless somebody like the Cowboys or somebody come to town or whatever the case may be. So you had week 1, and people say, yeah, there were still a fan there, but trust me,
it was a lot. From seeing it on TV, it was a lot.
So what do you think in terms of percentage? Give me a percentage of the crowd.
I would say like 46% was still from what I seen on TV. And they could have just been showing the same section, it looked like it was a shit ton of Steelers.
That's where I was going.
65-35.
Yeah, it was more close to the 35% for them.
Oh, okay.
So, my girl, she's from Pittsburgh. Her whole family, all of them are Steelers fan. And even she said that's the loudest she ever heard the stadium. She also said that they were outnumbered. These are confessions of a Steelers fan. My girl,
right,
from Pittsburgh. This was out of her own mouth. She was like, Falcons fans showed up. It was more of us than them. And when they were doing the intros and everything, when everybody was coming out to tell her, she was like, that's the loudest she's ever heard. Because she goes to every game with me. She said that's the loudest she's ever heard it in there.
Yeah, I only seen it on TV. I wasn't there, but from when I see JJ hyping the crowd up, and the crowd is stupid loud, like
because there was definitely enough Steelers fans in the crowd in order to do that. It's just that it was more of us. It's just that we shut up, like we got quiet
towards the end of the game.
Yeah,
you can hear it on TV.
Yeah,
we left.
Yeah, there were people who left, but what I'm saying is, like, at the start of the game, it was like, and that was a huge missed opportunity because the Falcons could have carried that momentum. It would have been loud the whole game if they would have kept the momentum. The fans did their job, but as far as predictions, so we can get tied up out of here. What are y'all predictions?
You can start.
I don't have one.
All right, I'll be the first one to be the negative person. I think
at this point it ain't negative; it's being realistic.
Yeah, you're just being real at this point.
So again, because we said this earlier, what did they put up last week? 34 on the Packers.
Yeah, 3.30. The average 3 points per game. The Eagles. So
I'm saying this. I don't think it's gonna get that. I don't think they're gonna hang 34. I think it's gonna be 28-14 their way.
Philadelphia.
And they about to put up Madden rookie numbers. We about to play these boys on Madden rookie.
What you think, Red?
I'm gonna go 28-17 Falcons, which is what I've been saying for the past few days.
Okay, I like that. Tate, what you think?
31-10 Eagles. Kirk Cousins throws a pick six because he almost threw one last game. They ain't run that boy down.
First pass. His first pass.
Yeah, that's what I think is gonna be. Kirk Cousins gonna give him a couple of interceptions.
What about you, Coach?
Honestly, bro, I really don't know. Like, I'm so shocked. Like, I truly did not see this. But if last week is an indication, like I said, we about to play the Eagles, gonna be playing us on Madden rookie, the 80-something to 2, like, 80-something to 3, like, they're gonna blow us. If we do what we did last week, they're gonna blow us out of the water. But just a more realistic number, I don't know, 34-10.
No,
Another 10 points.
Two-way. Falcons.
No.
Hell no, the Eagles.
You can tell.
I mean,
and that's crazy because my prediction for the beginning of the year was I predicted we would lose this game. I predicted we would lose Kansas City, and I thought we would lose one to Tampa Bay, and the rest of them I had us winning. So for me, this is like I truly don't know where to go from here. Like I'm really legit lost, fellas. Like my mind is just.
I'm lost and hurt.
If this game was in Atlanta, I feel different. But in Philly,
not
Monday night,
bad. All hope is not lost, my brother. Please come back to me.
You're right, Red. But Red, to keep hearing that we,
Coach,
that I got
Red.
this.
Coach, ignore Red. He has a bet going on. He can't say anything, so you're not gonna hear anything but positivity from him, even if he believes it or not. He's compromised right now.
Red, you trust the coaching staff to make the right adjustments, though?
Y'all listening to Red? I'm telling you, he's compromised right now.
Nah, that's what I'm saying, though, Keely. Like, do you trust this coaching staff to make the right adjustments in the second half against the Steelers? You seen how far out TJ Watt was? You could have easily ran at him, and then
I can't answer that because I don't know if yesterday was because they were protecting Kirk or it's because we literally have a dumb coaching staff. They say Kirk is not hurt.
So I think they protecting Kirk. Kirk definitely hurt. He be biting on his teeth and shit when he throwing the ball like he in pain whenever he drop back. Drop back.
So if that's the case, then I don't know what to say because like I said, somebody lying. So they say he's healthy.
I gotta see how this offensive coordinator come out and call plays. Because it's hard to say. It's out of two
only
formations.
The damn Falcons.
John,
when you run two formations,
John, what's your prediction?
You can't determine anything. Uh-oh.
See, he hopeless.
Shoot. Philadelphia liable to score 10 points during halftime.
That's what I'm saying, John. Literally, like I don't ever go against my team ever.
Look, Saquon was a perfect fit for them, man.
This was so egregiously, inexcusably, just
bad.
I mean, this was pathetic. I mean,
the worst I've ever seen. Man. The worst I've ever seen our offense. Even the year after Vic, he wasn't as bad.
I don't want to give a scope. I don't want to give a score. Oh, okay, 83 to 12.
That's what I think, John.
You know, I mean, y'all keep talking about some 80 stuff, man.
Look, you're a professional football team. You're supposed to at least look like you belong out there against your opponents. Look like you belong out there. We didn't look like we belonged out there against Sylvan High School.
It looked like a little league team would have came out there and whooped our ass. For real.
Good grief, man. Come on. And
the play 60 team would have came out there and destroyed us.
Now look, y'all taking all my clips away from me. Y'all gotta save some of these for me after my theme from Keely is lifted. I ain't gonna have nothing else to say.
I'm gonna say this. Well, Keely has said it before. Y'all supposed to be professional. How the hell you come out with a game plan like this that is so vanilla, so predictable, so blah, so roll over?
That's what I'm saying. Like
unseasoned. Hey, John. All you can encompass it in one, and if 2 words, unseasoned chicken. That's exactly what it was.
I mean,
now look, they could have just been feeling each other out. It might be different.
It
might be different.
Now to that point.
They're gonna run that same 2 formation playing again. They ain't that dumb.
And see, that's my point. See,
you
can't.
Oh, Keely, I ain't gonna make it.
Man, you want us to rise up. I said it before. You want us to rise up. After that crap.
I want to see what how bad.
I want you to give him a chance after the first game, John. That's what I want you to do.
What'd you say,
We
Keely?
just
Somebody gonna lie? What?
I know. No. In this little bit that we got, I want to see how bad Red gonna lie to himself about the Chiefs game after this. That's what I want to see. So hang in there, Red. Hang
Keep
in there.
hope alive.
hey,
All right, William.
this is
What
all
about you?
he
What's your
got.
prediction, William?
Hey,
Keep hope alive.
I'm gonna say 24-20. This is the reason why I say that is because
Which
the
way?
beef is going
which
to
way?
get turnovers with Jesse Simmons and J.C. Bates. We got shut down Shaquan Barkley. We start to run and we stay disciplined and containing Jalen Hurts and force them to pass, and we play like kind of mix up our coverage plan. Our man in zone, we'll be okay. But it started off the offensive line, man. They got to execute, and I want to see Kirk Cousins and center playing play action, and we have to do a lot of vertical and spread routes. I don't care if it's a crossing routes, post routes, comeback routes, bench routes. We need to be creative versus Philly, and I feel confident the offense should be scoring. If we score early and defense get turnovers, it's gonna be a long day for Philly. But we got to execute. My 3 keys to victory: stop the run, contain Jalen Hurts, and get interceptions and fumbles. And our linebackers got to cover this game.
So you got the Falcons winning, it sounded like
24-20.
I can dig it.
See, I wish I could say that, man, but I think the thing is, man, the time of possession as well. You gotta think about
that's that crap right there. Toddy, go back one. See, dude, come on, man. Stop. I am a diehard Falcon fan, brother. Die hard. I don't ever go against my team, but you are absolutely smoking crack if you think that wasn't pathetic. That was the most pathetic showing of a football team that I've ever seen. You can't be a diehard fan, and you got to be realistic, brother.
I'll take the
Or
glasses
sister.
off.
But
Yeah, you're tripping.
I blame that. I blame that on coaching, like not making adjustments. Raheem Morris and Zach Robinson didn't make adjustments.
So if you said that coaches weren't making an adjustment, what gives you the confidence that they're gonna all of a sudden make adjustments?
And that's my point. That's my point.
Listen, Zach Robinson need to be on the field and be in the press box because this is your first year. You know, teams already know that we using Bijan Robinson too much, so they're gonna load the box. They're gonna start to run early. So we need to be creative and.
I don't know why. He gonna do it right. He gonna do it right into traffic anyway.
But if I'm saying if I'm an offensive coordinator, I'm giving Kelly McGregor a tight end show like how they did Juno Smith. Juno Smith was blocking with Kelly McGregor because Kelly.
Here's my question though for you: what gives you the confidence that anything will be different than what you saw?
I just like I said,
faith. Just have faith. Just have faith.
That's it. Faith.
Just have faith.
Listen. The offense didn't prepare. They didn't play preseason games, so I feel like that was Raheem Morris' fault because Kirk Cousins said it. I want to play preseason snaps. Raheem Morris saying no, and that's Raheem ego. You can't let your ego get in the way, Raheem Morris. You got.
But again, what makes you think that that's going to change? You're saying what Keely's asking you is what is. You're right. But what is showed last week is they had zero ability to do adjustments. None. They did not a single adjustment. So what makes you think this week is going to be any different?
Because
other than faith,
I feel like they let the city down. They know that they got to come scoring. They know they back against the wall. Put it like that.
Okay.
I can dig it. So far the only 2 people that picked Atlanta was William and Red, right?
Yeah.
And what's yours, Toddy?
My prediction, I'm gonna go 21-13 Philadelphia. Before the season started, I predicted they win this game, and I saw nothing in week 1 to make me change my prediction. Now, hopefully I'm wrong, but I'm gonna go 21-13 Philly.
Of course, in week 1.
But I gotta think about it. Philly don't have a TJ Watt.
Before the season,
you're right. They don't have a TJ Watt. They got multiple.
But
multiple.
Jordan Davis.
Devin White's supposed to play this game too, I believe. Devin White supposed to play this game too.
You're right though, but if we, that's why I said it's gonna take the offensive line to step up, and Kirk Cousins got to be on them, seeing what he's telling them. Hey, this is what they might do. They might to blitz. They like communicating with them. Communication is the key. So I'm just saying, Drew Dahman have to step up and kill McGregor.
Here's another thing you want. the Steelers' offense isn't exactly star-studded. Like they don't have like a great receiving core. It's just Pickens. That's it. Like it's not actually like a whole bunch of weapons. Now we're about to go against them, and they put up 18, right? And they got 18 on our defense. Congratulations to our defense. Our defense did a good job, but they still put up 18 points. Now we're about to go against the offense with AJ,
Devontae Smith,
bro, like Saquon. Bro, like
who is this Dotson they keep talking about?
Yeah, and from traded from the Commanders.
Yeah, he ain't all that.
He ain't got to be. He's the like sixth option on the offense. He ain't gotta be all right.
But listen, I might stop you. If we play cover with not saying vanilla, I don't want to see it playing a lot of cover 3. We have to play man-to-man press covers, corner blitz. We have to switch it up. We can't play the same. I seen Justin Simmons said in the press conference. He said that if everybody stay disciplined, stay in their lanes, and everybody hold more longer, Justin Fields gonna give us. I mean, Justin Herbert's gonna. Not Justin Herbert. Jalen Hurts gonna give us a chance to get interceptions, but our safety is gonna have to cover in our corners.
And see, that's the thing, though. I
think our
defense
gonna force turnovers right here.
We need turn. We got to get interceptions and fumbles. Justin Simmons said that we got to get turnovers.
I think our defense gonna force turnovers. That's the thing. It's just the fact that they not robots. They human. Our defense eventually gonna get tired if our offense ain't doing shit.
Exactly. If Saquon if we cannot, it's gonna start off from. If we cannot stop Saquon, and then those safeties have to come up and run support, the game is over.
Yeah.
The game is over.
They win that time of possession battle. That's it.
If Saquon get off and them safeties got to creep up to help and run support, the game is over.
We're gonna stop Saquon. We're gonna put it in Jalen's hands, and he's gonna throw us about 2 or 3 picks. Probably fumble the ball a couple of times.
Put the boy Rook in. Put the boy Rook in.
Ring that bell. 28-17. Yeah, okay.
Put the boy Rook in, and I think we'll be good on the run. But like my man right here said, like my man said, it really don't matter how good our defense is. If our offense don't do shit, they're gonna eventually get tired, and we're gonna get dusty.
Exactly. That's how they gonna get us.
Kurt know what he got to do this game, and Zach know he better not do this game, or
be on the
he
field
gonna be
with
the first one gonna get fired.
He's gonna be in the press box. This game, you got to be on the field. I do not want to see no press box.
And another thing, I want to see our rookies out there. No rookies played last week. What's up with that?
Michael Penix was the only one active.
Rook, like I said, Rook had a shoulder injury. Oro had a shoulder injury.
Scooby-Doo had a shoulder injury. Rice is out for the season, and DuckTales. Well, I don't know if he active or not.
All right, y'all. With that said, we're gonna go ahead and check out of here. I'll be back on. So if y'all want to come back on right after the game, I plan on coming on after the game, and hopefully the Falcons will win. But we'll know in what about 48, 72
man, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can take it, bro. Like I'm already like, yeah.
Coach, I'm telling you, relax. It's gonna be a win. It's gonna be 1-1 going into Kansas City.
I hope you're right, Red. But with that said, I want to thank everybody for coming up on the panel. Everybody in the chat. We will be back after the game on Monday night. Hopefully we win. Red and William, the only one on the panel, say that we're going to get the dub. So we'll find out. Appreciate y'all coming on the panel, man. Y'all be blessed. Have a good weekend. Peace.